Thank you very much for being here. We are allowing
Morning.
good morning. We're allowing people to connect. We always have this problem of the time zones. We got people from everywhere, so we always have to be very specific on sharing which time zone we are in, so people can connect. Thank you very much for being here again. One more day is the fourth day of the Smart City Clusters program on smart cities. And as you all know, the 5 partners of the Smart City Clusters, a COSME project by the European Commission, aims to discuss and develop knowledge around the concept of smart cities. This is why we have elaborated this program in 5 sessions around the specific partners. Specific partners in the sense that each day has been hosted by the cities where the partners are located. We have had the city of Leipzig, represented by Mirko Dietrich, connected here today. We also had a day organized by Sofia in Bulgaria, by Ilya and Maria. Then we have the day of Torino and Firenze by Silvana from our partners in Fondazione Torino Wireless. And we have come to the 4th day, which is the cities of Bilbao and Barcelona, represented by Cluster Digital and MLC cluster. As I was saying, the objective of the project is to gather these partners and work in collaboration around the concept of smart cities. One of the objectives is to build capacities for the teams of the clusters in order to learn, to share experiences, how to manage and promote the concept of smart cities, to get involved with their ecosystems, and to boost and to allow people to understand what is a smart city and how they can participate. And another of the objectives is to develop a long-term strategy, in order to invite actors, organizations, institutions, etc., to define a roadmap on how smart cities can be developed, and how companies can be involved, and how administration also can get involved in order to incorporate solutions that are being developed right now by many SMEs. This is why a big part of the participants in these sessions are SMEs that dedicate their activities to develop solutions, products to solve the challenges of smart cities. We all know about the increasing urbanization of the world, and probably our speakers are gonna be talking about this today. And we are in the process of making a change, right? Making a change in order to bring more efficient solutions, to develop more sustainable cities, and to improve the quality of life of all the world population. So, as I said, today we are managing these sessions, Cluster Digital and the MLC cluster from the Basque Country. Cluster Digital is a cluster that gathers companies working in the areas of digital technologies. I'm talking about smart cities, about artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data, cloud computing, etc., applied to many of the different sectors. I'm talking about logistics, health, finance, retail, manufacturing, agriculture, etc. The mobility and logistics cluster from the Basque Country is also one of the main actors in this area, and they gather companies working on mobility and logistics operators, product and service providers, infrastructure managers, public administrations, and also research and academy. So I jumped to the agenda because I think that's what everyone is waiting for. First, I'd like to introduce Ibrahim Kocagoz. He's our main speaker today. By main, I mean that he's gonna be dedicating a nice hour to share his knowledge and experience. It's like the format of a masterclass, and you are invited to pose questions after his intervention. Ibrahim will be able to introduce himself much better than I could do, but I just, as a snippet, I can just say that he's a smart city expert. He's gathering experiences in sustainability, renewable energy and technology, and he's a technical director at Sodexo. So, Ibrahim, I'd like to give the floor to you for the rest of the speakers that represent Oracle, Iberdrola, Ferrocarrils de la Generalitat de Catalonia, and also the government of Catalonia. I'm going to be introducing you later on. So let's jump on Ibrahim, and thank you everyone, speakers and participants, for being here. Ibrahim, you can share your screen if you like.
Buenos dias. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, first of all, to Chris. Muchas gracias to give me this chance and inviting me to this nice platform. I'm really honored. Well, I will share my screen now quickly. Okay, so actually, Chris, he already talked about myself, about me, but I just want to brief very quickly, who am I? Okay, I'm technical director in Sodexo Thailand since 3 years. I'm here in Bangkok. And before Thailand, I was in Middle East for 10 years. I was working for a big smart city project as a smart city project manager. It was Lusail Smart City. It was in Qatar. And before Middle East, I worked in Russia, in several countries as an automation communication expert in the oil and gas plants. So now I'm here. I have experience more than 15 years on the smart cities and the systems integration. But when I say smart city, and of course people are questioning, is it really smart? It is the first common question that I'm getting. Today, I will try to find the answers that we receive usually from the public. People asking you, definitely. They are saying, what does systems integration mean? Why it is needed? Why smart? How smart are they? And they're asking, is there any example? And another very popular question is, what's the benefits? Okay, you call smart, but what's the benefit? And then other questions, what is the challenges? Is it easy to do it? And what needs to be done to be successful? And all these questions I will try to answer with some slides. But integration, okay, it's very technical term, but you can simplify. Integration is communication of two different things, to each other, like centralization of the systems, bringing systems together. I will visualize it more. Two person, if they don't communicate, or if they don't communicate properly, well, there's a miscommunication definitely. But when they have a communication properly, so we can call well communication or integration of these two persons easily. So this has to be established for the systems as well. So this is a village in from Austria. As you see, it's a not very highly populated area. There are some houses, maybe around 20-30 houses, not big roads, not very high population. Obviously, life is easier here. But when we come to the towns and small cities like Feldkirch is another city from Austria, which is close to the village. As you see, there are more population and there is a traffic. There is other public transportations like railway and motorway, and there are car parks. And then, obviously, you should control the population. Started controlling it is you should have some control measures or monitoring measures. This is a huge city from Turkey. It's Istanbul. You can see how crowded it is. And can you imagine if there is no control or monitoring measures or systems, how the life will be easier or will be difficult? You can imagine. And I think I don't need to even explain here for the benefits of the systems here. Very good example. Istanbul's population, for example, it's increased. It's only in 10 years, it's increased. Well, I'm sorry, 15 years, it's increased almost 3 times. It's a big increase. It's not only Istanbul. Many of the cosmopolitan cities, the population is increasing a lot, and we call these cities brownfield cities because they are not planned very well. They get a population without any ready infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, it means water sources, energy, electrical sources, electricity sources, of course, roads, traffic, everything else. I mean, car park, are they enough? Of course, obviously, you cannot have all of them at the same time when you are growing the population, unless it's a greenfield city. It is planned before, yes, but most of the metropoles, I mean, one of them is Istanbul, as I show, it's unplanned. So what needs to be done? The population is increased. Then, in order to manage all this crowd, you should have systems. You should control the traffic. You should monitor and control the energy sources, water resources, all these things. Otherwise, you see from 5 million to 15 million population, how the resources can be enough. It's impossible. You cannot bring additional, of course, water or electricity from the different. You can, but it's a big investment. So what's the easiest way to control it, to monitor it? And this is from New York. You can see how is the crowd. Again, it's very important. I mean, to manage this crowd with the different traffic systems, it's not only electronic. Even the message signage is very important for population to follow up, especially during the emergency times, panic times. It's very important. If you don't control, if you don't monitor, or if you don't integrate the systems, or if you don't follow the systems, then what happens? Chaos. Actually, when I took this picture a long time ago, first time I thought there is no traffic signal, but there is a traffic signal here. You can see on the photo, but looks like drivers, they don't care. So, or they are not working. There are 2 options. And it's a chaos, of course. Now, if you can imagine that you are in the middle of this traffic in this junction, how can you get out from there? It's a big headache. So, in order to avoid such kind of problems in our life, we said we need to control the systems. We need systems, first of all. We need to build traffic signals in a junction. First, we need to have a proper junction. It's one by one. First, you need to have a civil infrastructure. It's an example, of course. Then control system, like a traffic signal, and integrate the traffic signal to the center. These are the steps, definitely. Some countries, they do some of them, some of the countries, they do all of them. And the ones who's doing all this integration, of course, the citizens and of the city, they are getting benefited because all these systems, I mean, monitoring and control systems, they are increasing the quality of our life. This is very good technical example for the systems integration. So what is integration? Imagine there's a tunnel, road tunnel, and in the road tunnel, as we know, there is a ventilation system usually if the tunnel is long. There are fans, and there is a CCTV system. There are carbon monoxide detectors, and there are variable message signs. There are different systems. In case there is an accident, for example, this accident will be detected by the camera, smart cameras, analytic cameras, and this information has to be sent to another system, which is variable message sign. So the other drivers, they will know there is an accident inside, and in case there is a smoke, which is detected by the detector, it will send this information to the other HVAC system, ventilation system, and then ventilations and the fans will start to running. Imagine if these systems doesn't communicate to each other, what can be happen? First of all, it will be not automated. So you should put for each system one person, and in case smoke detected, this person will inform the other one to run the fans, ventilation system, and then another person has to write the message on the variable message sign. And can you imagine the delay? So, and the drivers who's driving to the tunnel will not have this information on time, and obviously they will drive into the tunnel, and then they will face with the problems, smoke problem, or they will be part of the accident, unfortunately. I think this is one of the very good examples about the integration of the systems. This is just a photo from the Middle East, from my previous project, nearby previous project. So why smart, and how smart are the services? There are many examples that we can answer this question. I think the easiest ones are lighting usually. For example, there is your street. I mean, everybody is living near to the streets. There are lightings, street lights, obviously. And people are saying, are they smart? Are they smart lighting? So you can ask, start asking questions. First of all, are they really sustainable? What does it mean? Are they really consuming less power as much as they can? Which means they should be LED. This is the first thing. And the second part, if you can supply this power with the solar, it's perfect. And then third one, during the night, of course, it will be run. But usually the street lights, they are working with the timer or photocell. And these sensors or timers, you should fix every time. But if you call this street light really smart lighting system, then obviously it has to start increasing the lux level based on the sunset or sunrise. It must be parallel in order to avoid any energy loss. And then, of course, it has to have a control system. And during the midnight, when there is no one else, the street lights has to reduce at least 50%. So it has to be integrated with the occupancy sensors, of course, I mean, or motion detection system. So then you can call it really fully automated smart lighting system. Same for the irrigation system. This is also another good example. You know, I mean, you see on the roads, on the grasses, on the landscape areas, even sometimes there is a rain, but because of the timer, which is set up for the irrigation system, the irrigation system runs, and it's waste of water. Or if it's a really dry season, and then you should put to increase the duration of the irrigation. However, it's set up again with a timer, and then there will be impact on the grass, on the quality of the landscape. But now there are very good irrigation systems that you put moisture sensor into the earth under the grass, and then it can really give the information to the controller when the soil really needs water. Then it starts the system. So obviously, if there's a rain, after the rain, so the system will not start, and it will save from the water, it will save from the energy. And yeah, so then you can call it a really smart irrigation system. So these are the key things that everybody has to understand. And this is a home. You know, I mean, when you visit some apartments or houses in order to buy, and usually they are presenting you smart home, smart house, smart apartment. But however, when you enter to the apartment or room, there is a switch. You just open the light from the main door, and then when you sit to the near to the balcony, you can turn off the light. Then they call you, oh, you see, it's a smart home. How smart it is. You don't need to stand up and walk and open the light or close the light. Of course, this is good, but it's not enough. Now, you know, I mean, we are living in 2021 technology year. We are working, okay, at the moment from home, but before the pandemic, everybody was driving, walking to the offices, or we are traveling. We are living sometimes our apartments, houses, and usually we may forget something else. oh, did I forget the lights on? Did I left the water on or camera on, off? So now, if you are able to monitor your house, control your such kind of systems, even the home appliances, before you go to the home, you can start running your heater, for example, if it's a winter, or cooler. So it can be. I mean, it's not only controlling; it's increasing the quality of the life as well for you. So you see, there are lots of benefits: increase the life of quality, decrease energy consumption. You pay less bills, and increase the security and safety of your premises, even where you are. Doesn't matter. You don't need to call someone else or to check your apartments or your house. Fully independent, fully automated, and remotely controlled house. That's the one that you can call really smart. But sometimes, especially in the hotel rooms, I mean, we are going to holiday. You are entering a room, and then there's a remote control. It controls everything. It controls TV, curtains, but it's very complicated. You cannot able to understand, And for example, you went from Spain to somewhere else, and however, the well, maybe you are not able to understand the German, but it's written German, and it makes your life more difficult. This is also another good point. The systems, I mean, when we call it smart home, smart house, it shouldn't make the life complicated. It should be easy. I mean, how we say, people friendly. Okay, systems it has to be. It must be easy to use, easy to access. Really, accessibility should be very, very important. Then you can really call it smart. It's not only technology. Then you are doing a natural lighting solution for your house. I mean, with the glass or with some design, it's not only high-tech technology that you are using, but some design is helping you to improve your area where you are living. This is also very important. So this is an example from the San Francisco. It's net zero building. Many people they are asking the same question also. What is net zero building? What does it mean? Basically, this building it produces its power itself. It's from the heavily from the solar. You can add also wind turbine also, but usually on the buildings definitely it's a solar. And then you do a design, landscape design that doesn't need much water or maybe even completely waterless. And then you have a storage for the rainwater. When it rains, you can collect the water. Plus, you can establish a wastewater treatment system in your premises, in your building. So any wastewater can be recycled and can be reused. And definitely you don't need to use too much outsource for the water and electricity. You produce everything else within your building and you use it, and there is no waste. No waste, no depending to the outsource. Then, of course, this is a net zero building. But not only these ones, of course, even the construction materials that you bring from the supplier or the type of the materials which you are using to build this building is also important to call this building net zero building, because these are the measures for the sustainability. There are some examples from the different fields. Some of them are oil and gas plants, some of them are city. They call it smart city. One of them is Amata Industrial State in Thailand. They call themselves smart city. Lusail, it's my previous project in Qatar, Lusail Smart City. Barcelona, definitely, from Spain. The place where I visited twice, one of them was for the Smart City Expo. It's amazing, really. Very visitor, human-friendly city. Its life is quite easy for the tourists, for the visitors there. And there are many things that Skills has got in one place for Barcelona, I can tell. Songdo from South Korea, New York from US, Singapore. There are many cities now. They are calling themselves smart. But I mean, there must be a level of the smartness also, of course, right? Because everybody is calling themselves smart. But now there are organizations, institutes that they are ranking you. They are coming and they are checking. They are saying, okay, let us go and check in Barcelona the traffic system or Wi-Fi system or public transportation system. There are levels of the or sectors of the different systems. Like, I mean, you can see on this here also on the slide, smart traffic, smart factories, or well, it can be communication infrastructure, many things. But as a visitor, for example, when I go to Barcelona, I can see, I can access to the Wi-Fi easily. I can access to bike sharing, public transportation. These are very important things that for a visitor who comes from abroad to the Barcelona. And then traffic, if you are driving there, you can see, oh, there is not much waiting time on the traffic. There is a certain route for the bicycles, for example. And then citizens are living very happily with the visitors. It's amazing. And also the city is controlling their energy resources. You see, there are many skills and there are some institutes in the world. You apply there. Barcelona municipality can go and apply. They can say, okay, please come and rank us for these items or for overall. You can say, are we really smart? And then they are scoring you. They are saying, okay, Barcelona is number 2. The first one is this country. Then third one is this one based on these things. Okay, based on traffic, or they can only score you on the traffic system also. Depends what you want. So there are, and then if some city they call themselves smart city, you can ask them, okay, show me. I mean, did you get any ranking or any studies from any institutes, or it can be from the university, that you are really smart or you got some scores. If they are not able to show anything else, definitely, I mean, even they call themselves smart, it's only just for marketing. These are the smart security systems that I implemented in Thailand, but I don't want to talk about them because the presentation is quite long. This is from our command center. This is the system that we are using for access, smart access. It's vehicle monitoring, weather stations. Again, we are using license plate recognition system. This is a smart city platform that you can see all the cities information in one platform. Yeah, this is from Barcelona. Obviously, I'm using this picture. I love this one. Open data, innovation in the urban solutions. And also, there is another city for the smart city competing with the Barcelona, the Singapore. They are also amazing, really. They are advanced in terms of, because Singapore is really another good example. It's a small country. It's a small area. And then definitely they need to be careful about their resources, which is water resources, energy resources, traffic, and of course they have got many visitors because it's a hub. Many people, they are traveling from America, South North America, or from Europe to Far East through Singapore. And then definitely it's a hub, and there are many visitors are visiting, so they have to manage this crowd, this small city, but amazing one, again, Singapore. And what's the benefits? We can count more than this one. Obviously, reduction of carbon monoxide emission is very important because, as I mentioned, you forgot something at home, turn off your lights or AC or water, you don't need to travel back. So if you're supposed to return and go back, you need to drive the car, or you need to ask a taxi, go back, or motorcycle, or so all these are carbon monoxide emission, of course. And reducing operational and maintenance costs, definitely, because if you operate your systems carefully, definitely you decrease the operational and maintenance costs. And not only this one, fully automated systems, you don't need to use thousands of people to control all these assets. With a centralized system, control system, instead of using 100 people, you can do with 50 people, with more technology, much efficient. And enhancing, of course, people's lifestyle. This is very important. And definitely this is very important. The most important part is for me, especially. We are living in one earth. We have to be very careful. We are not the only citizen of the world. There are animals also, not only human. So we need to be respect to the other lives. That's why we need to reduce the using of countries and world's resources like electricity or water resources. We have to share with the others also. So we need to be careful when we are using. We need to control all these things. So challenges. There are challenges, of course. I mean, when you are designing a smart city or building a smart city, why? What's the challenge? No one wants to share. Nobody wants to share. What does it mean? You see, this is a good example. Cameras. Some of them belong to road authority. Some of them are belonging to Minister of Interior. Some of them belong to Army. Some of them are owned by the small developer. And then you can see many cameras on the lighting on the poles. Too many cameras because nobody wants to share the images. They say, "Oh, it's confidential. It's confidential." And there are many command centers, control rooms in the cities. Minister of Interior has got another command center. Municipality has got another one. Police has got another one. Convince all these authorities to bring them into the one command center. Oh, it's one of the biggest really challenge. And other things, budget. Okay, X city, they said, okay, we want to be smart. Very good. But they don't have budget. They never calculated. They don't know. And no strategy. They want to be smart city, but in terms of what? They call it smart. They want to, but they don't know what is strength, weakness, what is the opportunities when they become smart, and what is the threat. They don't know. So no clear strategies. These are the problems. They have poor technical teams, not good experts, consultants. They don't have. These are the biggest problems when they are designing, building smart city. No clear business model. Okay, we want to be smart, sustainable city. Okay, no budget, and they want investors to come, but to attract the investors, no strategy. What they are providing as an opportunity to investors is not clear. And of course, cybersecurity, because as I mentioned at the beginning of the challenges, one of them is the most important one is authorities doesn't want to share because of the cyber attacks. And if you don't provide a good infrastructure to protect your system from the cyber attacks, then of course nobody will share. You cannot convince anybody else. So what needs to be done? First, you need to have a clear strategy. Okay, I want to be smart city, but why? Why you want to be smart? Just for marketing? Okay, you can do for marketing as well. Then you can say just to promote my city, bring investors. Then you need to start doing business model. If you have a budget, you can say, I don't need to bring too much investor. I can implement, I can invest. That's good. You have a budget, you have an income as a city, or you can say, no, I will not use my capex. I will bring investors. Let them invest. Let them put advertisement posts. Let them present, do marketing of themselves, and at the same time, let them build my street lights. Is an example. You need to convince all the stakeholders on the strategy and business models. This is also important, so it can be aligned. Budget, as I mentioned, and you should have a experienced consultant and teams. This is very important. You should bring the right team, right? Technical and commercial teams. Good planning. You should have a plan, stages. You cannot do everything one time. You can say, I want to start with the urban plan first. And when you are designing the plan, you can start with these things, for example. And it has to be fully integrated. This is very important. So you should prepare guidelines for the developers, for the contractors, for all the vendors to follow up. Use the same communication infrastructure, so then you can integrate street lights, pump stations, CCTV system, traffic system to one command center. Protect all these assets from the cybersecurity, definitely. And then you should have a very good IT infrastructure to provide this protection. This was so hopefully I answered all your questions about the smart city and systems integration. And there are a couple of more slides about renewable energy. Actually, I will talk about more about in Far East where I am. which, you know, I mean, now renewable energy is also another question mark people are questioning. I mean, because they are confusing. They are saying, are they saying, okay, is it really solar or what, wind, hydro, geothermal, biomass? Which one is really the most sustainable, more efficient? Or is the solar energy really renewable? Now it's also questioning. Or why in many countries, such as Thailand, where I am now, solar energy implementation started late and progressing very slow? Or is it really slow or late? These are the questions that I'm getting. First of all, about renewable energy, as I mentioned you, there are different type of renewable energies. If you cut the forest, if you cut millions of trees to build solar farm, you cannot call it really renewable energy, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot call it sustainable. I mean, you can, because there are places that you can implement solar energy heavily, like Middle East. Okay, you don't need to cut trees, and there is a very strong sun, and maybe almost 365 days in a year we have a sun there. And but if you, instead of going to the building all these systems, such kind of countries like Middle East, if you are cutting the forest and building the solar farms, this is what the farmers and people are doing now, the villagers. They are cutting the forest. They are just building solar farms, which is not sustainable at all. So in such, then people say, okay, what kind of renewable energy for the places like very green, and there are wind turbines you can build, or there are different, there are many other renewable energy sources now that you can, but don't cut the oxygen sources. This is very important, especially in these days when we are facing with the climate problem. We shouldn't increase the problem. We should help to decrease and solve this issue. Then we should think twice. We should do feasibility study. Okay, for example, I'm in Thailand, so we need to check where it suits. Shall I? There are many factories. Instead of cutting the forest, I can start the roof of the factories. Build every house, every factory, shopping mall, put solar panel. And I think it's amazing. It will be more than enough. And you don't need to cut the trees. Or there are locations where there is not much factories, you can build wind turbine or put on the ocean. Now, you know, because of the waves, you can make also produce electricity. There are many ways that you can do now. Technology is there. And also, for example, now people are questioning, is really solar is really renewable? Because the lifetime of the PV panels are around 25 years. And people are asking, what's happening after 25 years to this panel? Where we are sending them as a garbage? Are they renewable really? It's simple. We can calculate. There are many stories. Instead of making, I mean, just writing stories about it, it's very easy to calculate. We can check how much a factory, PV panel factory, consumes power to product for a production of a PV panel. Then, if you know this one, you can compare. You can say how much power you can generate from this PV panel in its lifetime. Lifetime is around 25 years, and you can, of course, it depends. In Thailand, the sun is different. In Norway, is different, or yeah, but you can have an estimation. Middle. I mean, you cannot get the worst and best scenario, but you can take an average, and you can see in 25 years how much power you can produce from a PV panel, and how much power the factory has spent to produce to manufacture this PV panel, and you can compare. You can see is it, and then really we can see what's the impact on the nature of this PV panels after 25 years. So we can answer all these questions by ourselves. These are some technical data from Thailand. Why I wrote all this technical data? Because when I came here, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation 3 years ago, my role is actually to provide some solutions, especially in Amati Industrial City, smart city. When I am driving there, I see many factories. And 3 years ago, most of the 99% of the factories' roofs are empty. No solar. very strong sun. And when I visit the factories, I was asking, why don't you build? They say, no strong sun. Then another factory says, government doesn't allow. And another factory says, expensive. So three reasons. Sun is not strong. Second one, government doesn't allow. Third one, expensive. However, none of them is right. Can you imagine? Germany, 50% more, I mean, more than 50% of their energy is produced by renewable energy. Minimum is more now, actually. And they are also using heavily, not only Germany, even Holland, Barcelona, many countries in the West Europe, they are using solar energy. So in Thailand, it's sunny, as you know. I mean, even it shouldn't be strong sun. Even there is a daylight, it produces electricity. So it was wrong, of course. The sun is, especially in some areas of the country, is very strong here in Thailand. Second thing, it's not expensive, especially if you are investing as a factory. Payback is around 4 to 5 years. Actually, 4 years, but worst case, you can get it 6 years. Then after 6 years, with what we say, 25 years a lifetime, another 20 years, you don't need to pay the most of the electricity you produce from the renewable energy, from the solar energy. Very good investment. Can you imagine that? Where is, I mean, you are investing something else and you are returning your investment within 4 years. Amazing. And then government in Thailand, they allow all the factories, if you produce and if you use, consume this power within your factory, but you cannot sell to the grid. But still okay. This is what we need. But now I saw a big change in last 3 years. There is a many, I mean, I told you 99% was empty, all these factories. Now I can tell you at least 20% of the roofs are now with the solar. So it's a big jump in last 2 years, especially from the pandemic also. Now people are affected because of the cost. And also they see how the climate change is affecting the world and human life. So people are really paying more attention about the renewable energy, and they are really investing. And there is also return on investment, good return on investment. So what is, these are the concerns which I already answered. And what is the next to make it, in order to make it better? Of course, it has to be regulated, ladies and gentlemen. Governments, I mean, now everybody is throwing the ball to each other. Government throw the ball to the citizens throw the ball to the companies. But government has to regulate and promote the renewable energy in everywhere. This is a must. Government has to promote and regulate and say to the citizen, everybody has to produce electricity. They can put to the solar energy to the roof and they can sell the grid. This has to be ready by the government, regulated by the government. This is a must. This is top one. And then the companies has to get right consultancy to implement the renewable energy, because there are many players now in the market. And in order to select the right vendor, right investor, or right company, then you should get the right consultancy. It's not only renewable energy. Still, during the night, during the evening, if you are using solar, of course, you cannot able to produce electricity from your solar panel, PV panel, during the night. So what you need to do, you should have a control system in your building, shopping mall, factory. In case there is no one else in the meeting room, the meeting room has to turn off its light automatically, for example, or HVAC system, AC system. Similar to your home. If you are not occupied to your home, it has to turn off automatically all these things and reduce your power, water, and electrical consumptions. I think I came to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much. Mucho gracias again for listening me.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Actually, I think that it was very interesting because you've tried to cover many aspects of the smart city, and sometimes it's good, right, to have this wide view of the different not only challenges but services that the smart city movement, right, is developing. So we have some questions, in the chat. No, not in the chat, but some questions that we have prepared. But that's what I wanted to say. We invite anyone to send their questions through the chat. So if you allow me to go with the first one, posed by our partner Mirko. He says, "What is the good balance between control and natural chaos of a city? How smart must our cities be?"
Yes, good question. It's from Marco, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very good question. Actually, I was trying to explain at the beginning this one, but I passed it very, very fast. We need to balance it. I mean, we shouldn't disturb the people. I mean, now people are questioning. Okay, there are cameras. Everybody is monitoring me, they say. But what I'm always saying, uh, I mean, I have nothing to hide. I mean, okay, let them, and trust me, I built many command center. And the last one we just opened a couple of months ago. We never thought to monitor a specific person. We try to monitor the traffic, of course, the security also, but it's just to increase the quality of the life, to monitor, because we want to see, I mean, who's faulty, what's happening, and just not by putting to the people to the side, especially like in Thailand, also in Middle East. If you are heavily depending on the people, okay, and then it's not good. We are in 2021. Just put the security guard outside, waiting, walking about the premises on the hot weather, rainy weather. It's not good. We can utilize this human resources in a beneficial way. So, but we need to balance it. As I mentioned, I mean, sometimes you go to a hotel room, or you are walking in a city. It's very complicated, and you don't know, are you allowed to cross the street or not? Some cities, there are many gossips, they are scaring. For example, Singapore, people are scaring to go there. They are saying too much wine. If you drink, or if you do such kind of mistakes, they will fine you. There are fines, that's true, but you should be balanced. First of all, you should explain to the visitors, or you shouldn't make it very complicated. This is anything that you implement, from traffic system to a smart home system. It shouldn't be too much complicated. It must be human friendly, and really it must be closer to the nature. Okay. Also, even the looking. For example, now there are GSM antennas, right? We need. I mean, nobody wants GSM base station next to you, but everybody is complaining about the coverage. Oh, not good coverage. But oh, don't put base station next to me. And then how you how you cover? But so now, especially when people they see the base station, they are scaring. But when now there are camouflage, they can do it part of the trees, and then obviously people not will question too much about this kind of things. We need to balance it also. Instead of putting everywhere millions of base stations, this is what I was saying also, integration. There are many telco operators, maybe at least 3, 4 in every country. If everybody building different towers, can you imagine everywhere base stations? But now we know they can share. They can share the same tower. This has to be like that. But very important, government has to regulate all these kind of things. I mean, they shouldn't leave it to the companies or other authorities, because no one wants to share. Not because it's a business anyway. Is it answer the Marcos question? Mirko? Okay, thank you, Mirko. You're welcome. Yeah, I try to make it quick here. Chris, we cannot hear your voice. You're muted.
Microphone, Chris.
Okay, the mic was off. Sorry. Yeah, live sessions. That's the thing. If the question is the following: if the human environment is getting more and more systemized by digitalization and automation, does human responsibility for the environment will decrease as a computer and machines will take care?
Yes, exactly. Decrease, but again, it's very good. First time I'm getting this question, by the way. I did many similar presentations earlier, but never got this question. It's very good question. Thank you very much who's asking. So answer, actually human, still we need human. Human controls all the system at the end. Because we look at the graphics, it's not fully automated. Okay, in the movies we see robots are, especially when I'm discussing with my wife, she says, "Oh, it will be everywhere will be full of with the robots. They are monitoring us. They are reading." As you know, I mean, Chris, just a couple of seconds ago, you were muted, but now because of the cameras, there's programs, WebEx or other Zoom, they can understand that you are trying to speak from your mouth, and then it says you are muted. It's smart. It makes our life easier, in my opinion. And I don't think that other than this one, I mean, there are more than 7 billion human. They cannot monitor everything else. I mean, how and what's the benefit? The benefits are using basically for the commercial. So coming to the question back again. So yeah, I mean, it's not fully automated. It is still human dependent systems. Still, it's about us. It's impossible. So there is a still human interface. Unfortunately, I'm saying, because if you can imagine it's fully automated, if fully automated control all this renewable energy or other things might be easier. Okay, you can set up the program. You can say, okay, this factory, if they are polluting, stop the production. Okay, then it will stop. I mean, program its factory like that, and then there is no human interface, so they cannot avoid. But when there's a human interface, unfortunately, I mean, they are controlled. Even, you know, I mean, big explosions of the fires. Unfortunately, they turn off the fire detection systems or early warning systems because they don't want to affect the production in the factories or power plants. So they turn off, and then there are explosions happening, like in the Chernobyl. I think everybody remembers in this audience, they turned off the early warning systems and they couldn't run it again. And then it's exploded and impacted millions of people. And still humans are doing such kind of things. I mean, you see in the factories or hotels, shopping malls, they turn off fire detection system because they want to let people to smoke cigarette comfortably. They turn off, they close the detector, but then there's a fire, they don't detect. And yeah, I mean, still, unfortunately, human interface is there, but if not there, if it is fully automated, could be better, in my opinion. Yes.
Again, thank you very much, Ibrahim.
Welcome.
That was a question by Mirko as well. So I have a very long question here now, you know, and that's mine, and that's my style, and I apologize, you know, in advance. But I wanted just to share a thought, and is that, well, you have shown different examples of cities in different parts of the world, right? Each one so much different from the other. And the world is big, you know, and smart cities are being developed in a way that they adapt to each city shape and infrastructure, also with different public and private agents. And it's more important to different cultural habits, right? And you also mentioned that there's a need of analysis in terms of budget, in terms of SWOT analysis and the business model, which it could be right. And at the end, you mentioned strategy, right? So each city has to have a strategy. So how can we make sure that the cost of becoming smart are not higher than the benefits? And I'm asking this because it's not that I want to be pessimistic, but are we going to see super smart cities and then cities that are left behind, that they become kind of prehistoric because of not having this, you know, not balanced cost and benefits? I mean, will there be also a new population immigration from these traditional cities to the smart ones? I mean, we know that there's an increase in urbanization, right, in the world. So what do you think about this? How can we manage this?
Okay, so there are a couple of ways, Chris. Thank you very much. This is another good question. Actually, it's about the business models, which is I'm keen to explain. Most of the times that the cities are struggling with this issue. This is the biggest challenge. They are not able to create. They don't have budget, or they have budget, they are wasting the money. So there are a couple of ways to manage it. Either, for example, regardless it's smart city, I mean, it's a brownfield city, I mean, it's already a city or new city, they can build systems and they can increase the quality of life, and then they can charge municipal fee to the citizens, or they may think that citizens will not be happy. It might be also, and then because they can ask to people, they can do a survey. They can say, dear citizens, we will implement these ones. Are you accepting? And these are the fees. This is one way. And then the developer can do, or they can bring in investors. There are many companies now, but really you need to explain them what they can do. You can bring the investor, tell the investor, build please intelligent traffic system to my city, and also put some public smart transportation, bring it. The investor will say, okay, I will bring, but what you are offering me? And you can tell to the investor, you can do free marketing, you can sell these kind of things, okay? Because as a developer, they own the whole premises. I mean, anybody cannot come and they cannot do anything else. Like street posts, street lighting poles is one of the good examples. You can ask the investor, come and build street lighting poles with the street lights and put your advertisement pole. Then people are thinking, what's the benefit of advertisement? Advertisement pole is actually one of the good things that you can generate very good money. I mean, maybe you are not the one who put your advertisement there, but you can sell to the rent to the many companies. And you can see this is one model, for example. This is another model. Either first invest, or second invest, bring the investor to balance it. Or charge to the citizens. There are ways. And also, if you invest, for example, you are building a smart city, of course, the house, people wants to buy more in your city. They will not go to the X city. Why? Because it will be more popular. You are saying green city, and also you may question, really people will buy it from my city? Yes, they will buy in the long term, because it will be a sustainable life. This is people are preferring now, and they are not really hesitating to pay more. They pay more. They say, let me get the quality. This is what I experienced really. And also in the long term, they say, we don't pay too much to rectify, maintain my house or apartment or infrastructure. So in the long term, they pay same maybe, and they can get better quality of life.
Again, I was muted. No, thank you very much. It's true that what you answered, comes to to a conclusion that obviously each city has to try and test different business models, right?
Exactly.
And this is the way. Well, I don't somehow I don't expect that there will be cities left behind, right? I mean, probably there will be cities that are not fully smart, just that they will incorporate some of the services or infrastructures that are necessary. So we are in the testing process, right? There's a balance between an urgency to meet sustainable goals and zero emissions, etc. But at the same time, the needs of the new citizens in all these big cities. So thank you very much, Ibrahim. I don't know whether there is. Let me check the chat because I see a little point. Okay. If there are no any additional questions, Mirko, do you have another one? If not,
yeah, Chris, and one more thing I want to add. Actually, I'm always saying, I mean, sometimes, okay, we are saying, oh, the life was much better before. And no, I mean, life is getting better for everyone else. People are seeing, even you don't need to travel to Barcelona. You can see from the videos, you can from internet. Everybody is reaching to the information now, even in the middle of nowhere. And then they are questioning. They are saying, oh, you see, Barcelona is like that. Why we cannot be like that? Or Singapore is like that. And then they are seeing that the Barcelona, they are putting shared bicycles. It's not costly. It's nothing. And I think in Barcelona it was from Vodafone, as far as I remember. It was by sponsored. And you see, even I'm remembering how many years ago I went there. I'm still remembering Vodafone. It's good for marketing for them. And then people are questioning. They see from the internet, and then they are saying, okay, in my municipality, you should do the same thing. You should, and then now there's a big competition everywhere. Every single place in Thailand only more than 50 smart cities. Even at least this is their vision. Their vision. It's not smart, but this is their vision. So they are doing something else. Maybe traffic, but so there's an improvement on the people's life everywhere in the world. I can tell you. So I'm looking really positive to the future, especially young generation. They are much smart and more peaceful than us. I can tell you.
No, you're right, and the example of the Bicin example in Barcelona is very clear, you know, because it's true. It gives an impression, and probably people visiting the city, they go away with, you know, now Vodafone is you know, supporting this, etc. But let me say that there is a big challenge here of communication, internally and externally, because we had the Gordon Falconer a couple of weeks ago. And he was showing the beginning of his slides were very interesting, because he was showing Google results on the concept of smart cities, and from 2012 to 2017 to currently now. And we could see that most of the pictures, if you select images, most of the pictures were graphics, were ideal designs of smart city. Right? So it's like the internet is populated with designs rather than with real pictures of examples like Vodafone, Bicin, or the Bicin bicycle system in Barcelona, right? So I think that it's important that all these real examples are shared and are seen by people everywhere, from Barcelona or from Amsterdam or from wherever. And the more we are capable of sharing these real cases, people will also be more smart, in the sense that not, aware, right, of the different things available, and they will also, it will foster a communication with their public administrations, right?
Exactly, absolutely right.
So I think that's important. So Ibrahim, thank you very much for being here and sharing all these ideas and knowledge. We invite you to stay with us, of course, and because now we have a set of 4 interesting participations from the market players, stakeholders. So again, thank you very much. If we get any further questions, we will forward them to you. And obviously for all the attendees, we're going to be sharing the slides through an email after the session today. Thank you very much, Ibrahim.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
De nada, thank you very much. Okay, so we come to the what we call the 4th Smart City sessions by the ecosystem players. We always find a fancy name for this, and we are inviting 4 professionals from different sectors. What I missed saying in the beginning is that one of the objectives of the project is to develop these sessions around pillars of a smart city. And what we mean by pillars is we're talking about energy, we're talking about mobility, we're talking about sustainability, about ICT technology, and also there's an additional pillar, which is public administration. So while scouting for experts and we're trying to identify who could bring the most interesting content, we located 4 interesting market players for today's sessions, which are Maria Galindo from the government of Catalonia. She's going to be talking from the public administration point of view. Then we have invited Luis Nogueira from Oracle, and he's going to be representing the ICT pillar. Then after, we're going to have a break of 10 minutes so everyone can breathe and exercise and stretch. And then we're going to be back with Alberto García from the energy pillar, representing, and he's working in Iberdrola, one of the main energy suppliers in Spain and many other parts of the world. And then we're going to end with Alberto Tajada. He's the infrastructure director from Ferrocarrils de la Generalitat of Catalunya, the trains kind of subway system in the city of Barcelona and the surrounding area in the province. So that's the lineup that we're going to be sharing with you. So without wasting much more time, I give the floor to Maria Galindo. Maria, are you connected?
Yes, I am. Hello, good morning, everyone. Bon dia from
Bon
Barcelona.
dia, Maria. Thank you very much for being here today with us. Again, I'm very humble or shy when presenting our participants. I would say that you're the advisor in international digital policy at the government of Catalonia, but I'm sure that you do much more things in parallel. So I give the floor to you so you can enlighten us with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. First of all, sorry because my neighbors are doing some works at home. I think that right now, after the pandemic, we've all been living so much in our homes that everyone is like refurbishing and doing the works at home to make them more comfortable. So sorry if you hear any noises. So as Chris was saying, I think I'm here because I actually was working for the Barcelona City Council during the period ranging from 2011 to 2015. During that time, you may recall, we did some like successful, let's say, or renowned stuff around smart cities in Barcelona. And right after that, I moved into consulting. So and government advisory in things related to smart cities, to e-government, to digitalization of governments, to how can we improve the participation of citizens in the public scene and in the public era. I think you may be right now hearing some words. Sorry for that. And right after that, as Chris was mentioning, I went on to work to the government of Catalonia and to the Ministry of Digital Policy in like 3 years ago. Chris, I think that I can go on with my presentation because what I want to share with you today is some of the ideas that I've gained during during my time like advising cities and governments around smart cities, of course very much related to the successful practices that we developed in Barcelona. And I made like a presentation, it's a lot of slides with not so many images. Chris, you were saying that we are lacking some images on real. Can you see the presentation now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, but just to like share some ideas with you, and then we can discuss. Fantastic. So first of all, what is a smart city? And Chris was saying this, that when you go online, when you go on to Google and you Google smart city, ciudad inteligente, as it says here, but you get like all these images that are not from real cities, which is quite shocking because we've actually have a bunch of like really good practices, and we've seen that with Ibrahim's presentation. A lot of cities are moving into becoming a smart city. A lot of cities are not taking this challenge of what is a smart city. To me, a smart city is a rational city, so one that actually acts in consequence with their objectives. They set up objectives, so usually cities and governments have scarce resources, so they maximize their resources, the allocation of resources, and they do this for the benefit of the citizens. So overall, this would be a smart city for me. Technology, of course, is a good leverage, a good driver for this transition into becoming smarter or more efficient. But we still see some practices right now. This is Cairo in Egypt, and this is just a couple of years ago. They started building this highway through buildings. So I don't think this really is a case of a smart city, because it doesn't take into account like what are the needs of the citizens that inhabit this city. Another example, Dubai in the E8U. I was there a couple of years ago, and I had to go to a conference, and I checked on Google Maps my hotel, the conference, and I was like, okay, it's like 1 kilometer away, so I'll walk there. But when Google Maps showed me the way that I had to take as a pedestrian because I wanted to walk there, it was taking me like 2.5 hours to walk 1 kilometer, because the city is actually built for cars and not for citizens, not for pedestrians. So to me, this would not be a case of a smart city either. This, of course, Jakarta, Indonesia, you might have seen this, but someone built a bike lane along the way of like lampposts and trees, and so, but someone came up with the solution to actually jump the lamppost while continuing driving on or cycling on their bike. Examples in South America, Sao Paulo, but we have other examples in many cities in South America where like very depressed areas are built or developed right next to very luxury areas with a lot of utilities. And you see here, not even electricity or not even pavement on the streets. So this wouldn't be a smart city because it's not inclusive, it's not for all, it doesn't incorporate all communities. But then we have some examples like in New York, the High Line, you might know what the High Line is, but it was a train that was built in order to bring the meat from the upcoming ships into the city, like kind of logistically. And they didn't build down these rails, but they rebuilt a space for leisure, for outdoor activities for the citizens of New York. It's really amazing. We have something similar in Barcelona. It's not very well known, but it's something similar in Barcelona near Sanz Station. And of course, in Bogota, I think that one of the biggest challenges today for any city in the world is traffic and transportation. We have a lot of cars. This is polluting a lot, and this is generating a lot of congestion on peak hours. And so they came up with the now I can't recall the name of, but they built these lanes exclusively for buses. And so it works pretty well, and it has decongested the city center a lot. Paris, we were seeing this, some of these examples before. They came up with a 15-minute city, with which for a city like Paris, as wide as Paris, I think is very successful. So I think this is a really good case for a smart city. With my experience of Barcelona, you may be all familiar with Barcelona and what worked and what didn't work during the first stages of becoming a smart city. But I think that international recognition was very important in gaining the brand for Barcelona as a smart city. Of course, Mobile World Capital, having the Mobile World Congress, having other fairs like the Smart City Expo that we were also mentioning before today, and being in the rank of the most advanced smart cities was a starting point and something that we worked on a lot. To continue to being competitive. This was the main challenge. So I think, and this is, I've been working in South America, I've been working in Asia, I've been working in Russia and in Europe, of course, and I've been working with the European Commission on smart cities and communities, and continue to being competitive while really attaining and understanding and giving a response to the local challenges, which, by the way, should be for any city and for any government to bring on citizen welfare, to bring on economic development and job creation, and to obviously do this with sustainability criteria, not only from the environmental point of view, but also from the financial point of view, are the local challenges that any city should be looking at. But reminding yourself that you are in a competitive environment. So you are competing with other cities for the talent, for the investments, for the economic development. And so also clusters have a very important role in maintaining competitiveness of these territories, the city and the territories surrounding the city. So what could we do from the city point of view? Ibrahim was saying that the government should regulate and should make everyone participate. So I think this is very important to understand, and that not all policymakers still have this in mind, but it should. Why? I'll give you 5 ideas on what worked for the city of Barcelona. This is very much from the strategic point of view, from the policymaking point of view. But first was understanding that we live in a world of cities, in the century of cities. Like right now, more than 50% of global population live in cities. And in 30 years' time, this will raise to 70%. So this puts a lot of pressure to cities. And also, we're creating these mega cities, which are not just the cities, but the territory surrounding. So how you integrate this in the urban planning and in the city planning is also very important. Cities also consume or constitute 70% of global energy consumption, and over 50%, I think around 55% of economic output. So cities must be in the agenda for digitalization, must be in the agenda for integrating all the communities into the economic development. And well, someone said that the mayors will be like the rulers of the century, and I think this is very important. This is a bit outdated, because I think it's from quite years ago, but it's just to let you know that on the world's top 100 economies, and one would never think of cities, but there are 34 cities, or there were some years ago. And similar to companies like Google and Microsoft, that they have or they promote generate more output and GDP than some countries. 34 cities in the top 100 economies is also pointing at the importance of cities. Yet, even though we were seeing that 50% of citizens of population live in cities, this will raise to 70% by 2050. There's still like 50% of global populations that lack regular access to the internet. And this is something that cities, even though it might not be your direct responsibility as a mayor or as a city planner, this is very important because we cannot miss 50% of global population when planning our digital policies. And this leads to also like companies not having 50% of global population on their portfolio. So we must understand the role of technology. Technology in itself is not a goal, but it's a good leverager of city competitiveness, of citizen participation, of to reduce the digital divide. And so technology is an ally to develop smart cities. I would say there are 2 things that I would like for you to like take from this, from sharing my ideas, which is technology and cooperation. Technology, these are not goals in itself, but are enablers for becoming more digitalized, for becoming smarter. And technology is very important because you have all the new technologies like mobile technologies, applications, which will make city living easier for citizens, right? You go and check what time is your bus coming, and then you leave the house, or you can also like get your COVID vaccination appointment through an application. So all this makes life for citizens easier. And also it makes easier for the government to speak and have this communication channel with the citizen. But also we have technology as a reinforcing democratic principles of transparency, of participation, of being more open, of publicating like the budgeting of the city, or how you are attaining to your objectives and results. So this improves transparency, and this improves or gets to better decision making and better policy making from the government point of view. Also, of course, higher citizen participation, which is one of the goals of becoming a smart city. I want to share this with you. You might be familiar with this, or maybe not. I also teach at a number of universities. Some of my students have never seen this before, but this is what happens in 1 internet minute around the globe. So there's been a lot of change on how us people spend the time on the internet. We spend more and more time on the internet. And of course, during 2020, I didn't put the graphic for 2020 because it's quite, with the pandemic and everything, of course, Netflix and has raised a lot. But we see here that from 2016 to 2019, which is only like 4 years apart, we've changed a lot what we do on the internet and how we spend our time on the internet, and also how we spend our money on the internet. And this, I'm just putting this because these are new trends that government should also bear into account, also companies, of course, but usually like companies have this more embedded in their corporate policy. But we should understand what our citizens spend time doing and how to communicate with them, because otherwise we are missing a big part of our community to develop these kind of policies. And also bear in mind that there are emerging technologies that will help a lot us in developing our smart city. I'll just put some very slight examples, but on 5G for cities, there will be, and there's right now we are seeing a lot of change in how 5G can make everything more efficient in mobility, for instance. And according to McKinsey, in 15 years' time, 5G will contribute to a global GDP of over $3 trillion, which is more or less like the GDP of India. So there's a big market here that cities cannot miss. Also on blockchain for many different activities like finance and banking, but also for healthcare, for retail, for mobility, and of course for government and how to make everything more more transparent and more secure. And this leads me to cybersecurity. Did you know that only during the pandemic there have been more cyber attacks than ever before? So we must also advocate for cybersecurity policies in anything we do. And of course, AI and big data. According to McKinsey, also AI savings, like government savings by introducing AI and big data into like our regular policy making, could save up to $1 trillion. So technology is not the goal itself, but of course it's a leverager for becoming smarter. And then cooperation at different levels, both internally in the organizations, and if you've worked for or with public organizations or the European Commission, you know that sometimes it's like lobbying internally, it's the hardest lobby. So cooperating with the other areas of your organization is very important. Otherwise, like Smart City would have never happened. We did this in Barcelona. We went from a siloed departmental organization where you had transportation and you had environment and then you had social welfare and education and tourism, like as siloed departments, into integrating everything in a holistic plan. And you like we didn't have the department silos anymore, but we had projects, and for each of these projects you had, like for smart mobility, you wanted to have the guy from transportation and the guy or woman from environment, from the environment department, and you wanted to have the people from the urban planning department. So you had a lot of departments working on one project, and this was trust me, one of the main success points of the smart city paradigm that Barcelona put in place. But also collaborating with the rest of organizations, with the rest of government layers, also aligning with your ecosystem, with the startups, with the SMEs, with international companies wanting to invest or participating in the city. And of course, with all the R&D centers, research centers, universities, science centers, and innovation laboratories that will add up to this ecosystem. So working on the innovation ecosystem is very important. This is the graphic that actually won us Barcelona DI Capital Prize from the European Commission. We were the innovation capital from 2012 to 2014, I think. But this model of integrating all the actors of the ecosystem was what won us DI Capital Prize. So collaborating with the public, with the private, with the people, and also bearing into account the place, like all the idiosyncrasies that have each of the cities. And also, and it's also being raised in Ibrahim's conference, the new collaborative approaches and the new business models that are arising with the new technologies and the digitalization of the economy. You know that Barcelona is recognized as a smart city, but we don't have Uber in Barcelona. So could a smart city of the future be recognized as one without Uber or other business models that are arising? I don't know. I'm no one to say. But instead of banning these new approaches and these new business models, maybe we should talk and sit with the companies and with the ecosystem and come to a solution, because actually the future is going this way. So we cannot just ban and like cross our arms and wait for it to go away, because it won't. And the new business models that we were looking at. The fourth idea is to measure, evaluate, align to other plans. In Barcelona, one thing that also was very important in becoming a smart city is that we started to evaluate and to measure our impact in developing the smart city policies. Think of 10 years ago, 2011, when Barcelona started to be a smart city. This like a lot of guys were looking at like you're the crazy ICT people doing crazy ICT things in traditional sectors. And so we decided that we would start measuring what was the impact of the smart city policies in order to be more transparent with our citizens and communicate better to our citizens how this was creating and really generating savings for the city. And also to gain more credibility towards companies and towards investment coming into the city. Because if you talk to a multinational about what you want to do, but it's just like a nice but important vision of what you want to become of the city, then they will decide whether or not they want to invest in the city. But if you tell them, hey, for each euro that we are investing in the city of Barcelona in, let's say, energy efficiency, we are generating a savings of X euros. So you may want to develop a business model around this, because you know that there will be some savings and even some returns for your investments. So we started to develop this kind of return on investment and return on society kind of evaluation model that worked very well in this sense. And also aligning to other regulatory programs. I think that right now we have a very important and opportunity, once in a lifetime opportunity, with everything that the European Commission is putting on the table, with Digital Europe and with Horizon Europe, and also right now with the Next Generation EU and the extra funds that are coming after the pandemic, which you know are related to a lot of different areas of our economic life and social life, but they all relate to the digitalization of these areas. So digitalization of health, digitalization of education, digitalization of how governments communicate to their citizens. So this is a very, very important opportunity that we cannot miss. Not governments, not cities, not companies, not clusters. So having a look on that, and also here the Sustainable Development Goals that we have to align to, because this is a way that we will create more cooperation and more allies also at the international level. Here's just the numbers of Digital Europe program that I'm sure you all know. Finally, fifth idea is that cities for citizens. So to gain the commitment of citizens. So not just communicating to citizens, but gaining their commitment and their real participation in the city planning. And of course, fighting the digital divide. I didn't spend a word on digital divide, but I think that after the pandemic, we've also seen that we have a huge problem with those that are left behind on digitalization. I want to not end up, because I have some other ideas at the end, but this is an image that you may know or not, but this is Medellin in Colombia, and this is one of the most depressed areas of the city, which is located in one of the colinas, in one of the mountains of the city of Medellin. And you see here a cable car, which usually it's located in super cool ski resorts, and if you like skiing as I do, this is very fancy to go up and then ride the slopes. But this was actually made to communicate this part of the city with the city center, or the lower part of the city, and this has won a lot of different prizes internationally. Why? Because here we are using this is an example of being open-minded about how and what kind of policies can actually help you become smarter city. I think this is an example of a smart city, because in Medellin, they've been using an example of a transportation method that you wouldn't think of for a city. You would think of this like in Barcelona, we have cable cars, but it's just like for tourist and sightseeing purposes, but not for integrating an area of the city into the development of the city. And this has proved to work wonders in Medellin, because like people have been able to move into the center of the city and elsewhere. So Newsweek was one of the recognizers of this policy that was made in Medellin. And just to end up my sharing with you the ideas on smart city, I want to also let you know that it's not all said, that we may think that what has worked until now may not necessarily work from now. I think that with the COVID and with last year's happenings, and I think that unfortunately we may see this again. We will be also again locked up in our homes, or with times of being outside or not, but we have to think also as these four things as enablers for the smart city of the future, and of what works for our citizens. Remote work is here to stay. We might not have been very used to it, of course. Yes, because here we all work in the digital environment, and we were familiar before the pandemic, but a lot of traditional activities have moved into remote work, and they didn't before. So it's here to stay, and actually influencing city planning. I was reading in the newspapers last week that 35% of Barcelonians, of the citizens of Barcelona, would go and live elsewhere in more remote places, near the nature, in houses instead of apartments. So the pandemic is changing how us citizens see the city. Pedestrianizing streets in the cities. Some cities with better design standards than others, but this is something that is going to be up in the agenda for cities, for urban planning as well, allocating more space for activities outdoor, for terraces, for citizens to spend time outside. Mobility and last mile delivery and logistics. I don't know in your cities, but Barcelona is a chaos with these last mile delivery trucks that park anywhere in the city, and they consume up one whole lane peak hour. And so not only according to sustainability criteria that we have to look at last mile delivery, but also at how it's affecting our city and our traffic in cities. And then, of course, ensure protection to all communities. Unfortunately, we've seen that with the pandemic, a lot of children have not been able to follow up classes online. A lot of women have had to leave their jobs because they had to look after their children. A lot of men and women have had a lot of challenges to continue working because there was just one connected device at the dwelling. So we have to look at this as the real challenges for the city of the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Maria. Again, I think was very interesting to see, to be exposed to all the examples that you've shared, and I think that your experience and participation in different institutions, also bring this variety, right, of examples that are necessary in order to evidence, what a smart city is, or what could be, and what are the important aspects to take into account. We've got a lot of questions that we would like to send to you. Some are being written right now. Some I'm going to go with a very different one. That is something that affects myself personally, and it's about tourism, right? So because we are talking about smart cities, and obviously we are considering all the different aspects of a city because of its location and cultural aspects. I mean, the examples that you've shown are very are a very good example of that, in Egypt and many other, in Dubai, etc. Many aspects that you think, how can they have done that, and it's true that we learn from mistakes, and we are in the process of a constant testing lab in order to innovate and put in practice things. But for instance, now that we have gone through the pandemic, right, and we have seen, for instance, in Barcelona, that tourism has stopped, literally. There was a Barcelona before and after the pandemic, right? And now we are going back to that. So when developing a smart city, and specifically in the case of Barcelona, I remember that on the slide that you were sharing, from the silos to the holistic approach, there was a point on, I think it was a smart tourist destination, right? So how do we take into account the tourist aspect, in order to balance the tension or relation with the locals, because in Barcelona there is a kind of adversity, right, or fight against the tourists, right? So now we are like leaving the pandemic behind. Where are we going? How are we going to balance this again? Are we going to the same, or are we developing new models?
Well, I think this will be a challenge, of course. When planning Barcelona Smart City, we took into account smart tourism or smart tourist destination, because Barcelona, as you were mentioning, is, we are exposed to tourism, and we like that because this generates more economy and brings in more money into the city and more jobs. But as you were mentioning, we have to balance what kind of tourism do we want, and so we have to think about what is really the tourism that we want. Do we want cruises with tourists like only spending, like, did you know that in a city like Barcelona, only 30% of the people on the cruise leave the cruise to go visit the city? The rest, the 70%, stay in the ship. So we have to think of what kind of tourism do we want. Do we want the tourism of like young people coming here to the beach and to go to bars, and we are also renowned because there's cheap alcohol in Barcelona and in our country, or do we want a more a fancier, more taken kind of tourism? We have to think about that. Not just that, Barcelona is exposed during Mobile World Congress, like around 100,000 people visit the city of Barcelona only for 4 days. So this really puts a lot of pressure in the city, in the transportation, in traffic. You want to make a reservation in a restaurant, it's impossible. In hotel prices as well, like a lot of hotels raise their prices like extraordinarily for Mobile World Congress. So this is something that, again, I think should be deeply thought about, and to project what kind of tourism and the city we want to in the future, not just from the city council point of view, but with the ecosystem. You get Fira de Barcelona on board, you get the hotels on board, you get the taxis on board. You cannot have a taxi huelga.
Yes,
a strike every other year for Mobile World Congress as a mean of having more power to negotiate there. So you need everyone on board. I know it's difficult, but you need that, and you really need Airbnb on board. You need Uber on board, but you have to really come to a balance with the different stakeholders.
Well, very good answer. And actually, it connects to a question sent by Ibrahim, and something that connects to his presentation. By the way, he says amazing presentation for Maria. So he's
thank you, Ibrahim.
But he was saying, can government help by regulating the smart cities? So he was talking about regulation.
Yes, yes, of course. Ibrahim, you said the government should promote and regulate. I was writing that down in my notes, and absolutely, the government shouldn't ban or shouldn't. So they have to make it easier for tourism, for smart, sustainable tourism to happen. They have to make it easier for technology to happen. They have to make it easier for companies and citizens to be able to be more efficient also towards environmentally friendly solutions. So the government needs to regulate. Thing is, the economy and the new economic activities and the new business models run faster than what the government can to regulate, because a regulation from the government can take what, 1 year at least to come to light, but 2 years, 3 years before it passes through all the government procedures. So once the regulation is in place, the economy has again, you know, made 1, 2, 3 steps forward. So we need quicker regulations. We need governments that really understand how the market is developing and how these solutions are developing.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Actually, that I would like to connect that to a question, which is the following. As in, let me just read it literally. I mean, I think it's by Joan Puate, the cluster manager of Cluster Digital. If I'm mistaken, please correct me. He's saying, I think there is an unresolved matter regarding cities' commitment. Most of the projects in relevant changes in a city fail to engage people when trying to build participating mechanisms. What do you think the reason is? Does it have to do with politics, or maybe smart cities benefits are not perceived by the population?
I think both, unfortunately. One is like communication is very important. It's not just enough. I was mentioning that we started measuring differently in Barcelona because we wanted to share and to show the benefits of smart city projects with the citizens and also with the rest of stakeholders, also to gain more investment into the city. But measuring it's just not enough. You have to communicate. So you have to understand the communication channels with the different citizens, because you will not communicate the same way with a teenager or with the young people as with my parents or, you know, the elderly. So you have to communicate with the different channels. That's why I shared what we do in 1 minute of the internet, because there's the response to that. You have to communicate with the channels where people spend time. We don't watch television anymore, so there's no point in advertising in television, because we watch Netflix or we watch YouTube or we watch Instagram TV. So go through those channels. And secondly, you were saying about politics, and I think that unfortunately, yes, there is also a commitment that is not very well matched by politics, and there is a lot of interest in politics, unfortunately or fortunately, and so it's also have to do with that. We all know that.
Yes, you know, of course, yeah, the different interests and actors, you know, that have been there for years, and obviously the relationships have to, you know, evolve, right? And
yes, yeah. Also, I think that having like elections every 4 years or 5 years, depending on the country, also doesn't help at all, because you don't have time to really promote a change. You come to office, and then after 2 years you start selling because you want to gain more votes. So I think that, again, working with the ecosystem and having a long-term vision of what the city wants to become, and have this vision shared with all the political parties, with all the members of the parliament, and also with the ecosystem, the research centers, universities, agencies, companies, would help a lot in doing this transition.
Yes, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, the round cycles of politics, you know, sometimes instead of bringing speed, they act like as a brake, right? And sometimes it's difficult to leverage that. Actually, we had additional questions that are all mixed together because Mirko, you know, was asking before. I mean, one of his questions was, what are the main pillars for the specific success of Barcelona becoming a leading smart city? Right? I mean, because it's one of the cities developing smart solutions, an open-minded government, what creative industries for technology, marketing strategies. And I think that he sent these questions before you shared your slide about collaborative process, right? That participatory processes, you know, that are implemented. Okay, so that brings us to his further question, which was, how can you include citizens in the process when they don't feel motivated, right, to participate? So, well, I mean, it's a reflection.
Yes, no, absolutely. And I always defend that it's not the citizen obligation to participate in the public scene, but it's actually the government obligation to make it more appealing for the citizen to participate in the public scene. So so yes, I think that with technologies, like, young people are more used to participating in public affairs, not just public affairs, but in anything. Like with Twitter, you can participate in anything, in any debate going online. Older people are not so used to participating in this kind of events, I'd say. So it's the duty of the government to make it appealing for everyone to participate. So I know that in Barcelona, you have the city in Barcelona, but also in the government of Catalonia, you have like a public portal to participate in the different policies and in different participatory processes for regulatory affairs and for other policy practices. And it's becoming more and more normal in governments worldwide to go and use these practices. But I think there's still a long way to go to truly participate. Like right now, what do governments use? A maximum of like a 5% of the budget to participatory processes, or the allocation of a 5% of a budget, I mean, into. So, but it's there. It's there.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree, and I think that we're in the process of big changes. I mean, citizens empowerment, participatory process. I mean, in many aspects, we're seeing there is a change, and the companies, the public and the private, are taking into account much more the opinion of the people, right? Because in energy, for instance, we're seeing that there's this aspect of users or consumers becoming prosumers, you know, or participatory process in many other aspects. And it's good that, you know, you made this first introduction, because the following participants are representing that, you know, they are representing energy, they're representing mobility, and they're representing technology, ICT. So I think that their contribution now will be very, not pressured, but framed, you know, in the sense that in an open way, right? Because they will explain their strategies and experiences, you know, with having in mind your perspective, right, and your approach. So there are no further. Let me just check, because, you know, multitasking in different screens, and, you know, gives you that, you know, I mean. Yes, there is an additional question, and is, Maria, do you think procurement procedures for public services have evolved properly in order to make big companies share their data so startups and SMEs can make use of them and develop new services and business models?
No, I think not as desired, not yet as desired. I think that big companies still hold a market advantage in that sense. And so I think that should be made much more in order to really share all this information, which is market competitiveness at the end of the day with the SMEs and startups. I also think that the new regulations coming from the European Commission will be very much aligned to this, to gaining more space for the smaller companies and the entrepreneurs. But we're not there yet, unfortunately. And there's a market stake with the big companies, with big digital companies.
Well, transformation is there, and players are transforming. So yeah, I hope we'll see it soon. So Maria, again, thank you very much.
Thanks to you.
Having you, and we'll transfer to the next speaker. Thank you very much. Well, we are a little, behind, not behind, in terms of timing, but we'll catch up. We have now the speaker from Oracle, Luis Nogueira, that he's going to be sharing his strategy, experiences, cases, from their technological and ICT perspective. Luis, I allow you to start your presentation. Thank you very much for being here.
Luis, la cámara.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So basically, we will start up by telling you what our vision, our experiences, as well as IT provider on the market. So we will see what is the relationship between the smart city, the energy, and sustainability, because everything is related and correlated. And at the end, everything starts with something that have been said already also, okay? There is a trend in urbanization, and let's say the globalization also becoming something very serious these days. And that means that by far, as someone says before, I think it was Maria also, that we project that in 2050, almost all the 70% of the population will live in a city. City is something that is arrived to come and will stay, and will live there, despite that the COVID just showed us that people want to go out of the cities right now. But at the end of the day, everyone is living in the cities, and more will come because population is growing. So that means that there are a lot of challenges that are, let's say, first of all, attached with all the governments, all the local governments, because each time you have a country, these countries have one or two cities or major big cities, at least. There are megapoles existing right now in the world, so there are really serious problems on the resources. And there are a lot of things around them. There are the economic development, there are the urbanization that is very difficult. There is one thing that is very serious, that is sustainability. Because right now there is a pressure on the natural resources we have, and water is one of the principal ones, okay? The sewage also, okay? So all the governance of all the sewage we can have, the garbage also. So the waste management is one of the things that also is affecting all the cities. And it's well known that some countries are trying to export also to other countries. So right now, local governments and even national governments have a high pressure to normalize and to go through what could be the future of their own cities. They can redesign or think in a city in another way. So there are the scopes of what we have now. And one point, and let's say one of the pillars that we have also, apart the city by itself, is also the citizen by itself, okay? The citizen is a person like all of us, we are here now. So we want a modern city, so we want to have everything, as always. We have progress, we have good streets, we want to have good roads. We have the needs to have a nice health system also to assist us. We want safety. We want to be sure that no one can rob us at night. We want to go out. We want also to secure, we would like to have our infrastructure secure also. So these are the things that almost all the people are doing, and they are on two poles. Let's say from one side, the city by itself, and for the other side, the citizen. And it's one of the things that we have centered our approach also. And in that sense, what comes after is that all of these things, what they generate is they generate, let's say, small types of contexts, like, for example, smart mobility. That is something that we are living right now, hopefully. So we can see that people are using cars, that they don't own cars, they just use them. We know that the environment is becoming smart in the sense that there are a lot of sensors managing, censoring all the things, not only in the pollution, but even the sewage waters right now, something that is very important, like, for example, with the COVID. We have seen that ahead on time, we can detect that there is a disease that is on our waters, even before becoming a pandemic or just, let's say, a virus that is turning around. So about that, there is also a set of other things like, for example, the smart talent, because people want education, people want access to all the information they can. We need to have also smart infrastructures in the sense that we want to be always connected. So we won't accept, as Maria said before also, that internet nowadays is something that is vital because we need it as air to breathe. So these kind of things at the end, they push a lot of infrastructures. That means that all the telcos and all the companies around, they should provide 24/7. All the banks should be all the time connected because anyone can wants to go through an ATM and then pick money at 2 in the morning or at 3 a.m. or just Saturday or Sunday morning, early morning. So these are the things that at the end we are looking after to have inside the city. There is another aspect that at the end we need to get also. One of them is the cybersecurity, because we know that to the rest of today, all the communication that we have, all the internet we have, all the devices we have, and all these kind of things, they just increment the surface that we can be able to be attacked. So that means that means that someone needs to protect us. So it's one of the keys that technology nowadays inside the city, where is the hyper-connected smart city, cybersecurity is one of the things that we need to do. Not only individually, that means that the citizen should be protected by himself, but also the government agencies, everyone should look after what are the threats, who is doing we is playing with coins, we are playing policies are not honest on the market and things like that. And the second one that could be a technology pillar as well is it's picking up data, process the data, and analyze the data. It's one of the key fundamentals nowadays. We are generating a lot of data nowadays. Data is the most important thing and most relevant things. Every time we are moving our own phone and just walking, there is a lot of data sets that are generated at the same time. Each second, someone is seeing it. Each time I see something on Amazon, I see something on Netflix, I search for my Airbnb, all these things are being tracked and someone is telling us what are the results and what we can think about it. And also the third one will be all the emerging technology. And by the emerging technology, it's all the devices we can have now, and also all these things that we can see that are happening on the telco space. For example, 5G will propose us a boost of many, many, many things that we can have now. We have seen this, for example, this week, that now we can make, for example, a medical intervention remotely by just having a 5G connection, because the lenses will allow us to have a remote intervention. So that means that things are changing. And why that is changing? That is changing because at the end of the day, nowadays, all these kind of technologies have a quick and faster adoption by the market. We are seeing now what happened with the electricity many, many years ago with the phone, the radio, and the television. You can see the second wave that was the PC, as well the cell phone, then the web when it came. And now you can see that an iPhone, a Facebook, or a Twitter, or even just one thing that it was just an augmented reality application that allow kids and also the persons that are not anymore kids, just to play a game, they can just have an adoptions worldwide by the first 25% of US population, for example, in just 19 days, for example, okay? So we are really in a technology world now, and we need to take advantage on that. And so that means a couple of things. First of all, for example, we know that we have Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is permanent for us everywhere. We go for a restaurant, we get the QR to see what is the menu these days. We can also see what is the price of the thing. So we are using Wi-Fi for everything. Okay. The second one is the IoT. IoT is all the stuff, the small devices and all these smart edges device that we can have that can measure everything everywhere. There will be a ton, there will be a millions, a trillions of devices that are coming these coming years, okay? Because nowadays we need to know that a tree after, let's say, natural disasters, we need to keep it or we need to cut it, for example, because it's not secure to have it. So we can trace and see what is the health of a tree. We can see also what are also let's say, the pipes that we have, and they are going under the soil, and they have water popping up. We can have the pressure of the gas. We can see electricity by itself. So there are plenty of things. So cloud also that cloud will help us a lot. So cloud is becoming one of the mainstreams these days. So it helps a lot in the agility and also the provisioning of all these devices. All the mobiles are already here. So yeah. They transform all the urban side, even outside the urban side, they are present more than the 90%. We know also that today the biometric, because we are even ourselves using it with our phone, so we just show our face in front of the camera of a phone and then it opens again. We can go through our office and they can do that. So all the biometrics are coming very serious, so we can detect the state of, let's say, a person is sad, happy, not happy, something. So there are a lot of things that are coming up that will help us to evolve. And there are two sets of other things that happen in these days also. So the machine learning, the artificial intelligence, and everything around, like for example, natural language, because we can now ask some devices in natural language, so they can answer as us also. They can interface with many type of applications outside world. They can give us not only just the weather for tomorrow, but they can have complex questions. We can analyze image in real time or near real time these days. There are cars that are doing that, like Tesla, for example. And there are a lot of other kind of technologies that will help us on that also. So there is also blockchain that in some way can help on that. So 5G, it's one of the things that we hope that really in a short term, and the mobile world bring us this kind of message these days. So it was holding these days. So it will be something important in the sense that will give us a boost on the communication side. So that means fewer timelines on the latencies, for example. We can accept high density on the devices. So that means if you are in a concert or inside the Mobile World Congress, you have a bad, you don't have a bad coverage, you have a very good coverage. So there are a lot of things that will happen and that will push up by the adoption of the 5G also these days. Okay, so all these small steps of the technology fields just help us to get better cities, better governance as well, better citizens, and also getting the best value for all of that. So we will see some kind of examples that we have. So on the citizen services, we then will be focused on the data-driven because we have been a data company for many years. It's our foundation in somehow. And we think that the omni-channel, so that means that the multiple way that you can interact with a government agency, for example, by phone, by email, by a chatbot, by any interface you can have, by a frequent asked question, by the portals, by the Twitter, by the Facebooks and things like that. All these channels just help to increment your relationship and also your citizenship responsibility, because despite that we have citizens, you have also responsibility, because we can do things and we can help also our government agency. We will see a couple of examples that we will bring also. So here, as we live in a city, we would like to bring also one term that is forgotten these days on the cities: community. Communities are essential, because anyone that goes, let's say, on a small village or a small city, they react and they understand quite easily and quite fast that there is a sense of a belonging, a sense of a community. People are more, let's say, correlated. They have more, let's say, empathy between them because they are more or less, let's say, in a small environment. But even on big cities, this is possible. So we need to increment the community development also. So we need also to get, for example, the kind of digital field services we can have, for example, the applications we can have on our neighbors, for example, or even something like a sport, like an application like Wikiloc that allows us to practice a sport and then bring us a community of friends, neighbors, for example, or people that we don't know. So all these kind of things in the cities are really, really important because they help also the economy, and we'll see them, okay? They help the economy on what? They help them on the logistics, for example. So we can share a car, we can share a bike, we can share a weekend. That means we can spare time with persons that we know and with persons that we don't know, okay? We can also bring information, we can share information among us, between us, as well with the other entities, like, for example, governance agencies, okay? There is also one movement that we are seeing on the cities these days, and it's something that is becoming more real the past 5 years, more or less. So it's the frictionless intermodal transit, or if you want, transport. We are seeing that the younger communities these days, let's say the so-called millennials, they don't have a problem. They don't need to have a car. They don't need the property of a car. They know that they can pick a car this morning. They can go through the city with a car. Then they can pick a bike, and they can move with a bike, and then they can move with another kind of things. They can share a car on a trip. They can go out to Valencia, for example, on a weekend with friends they know, and maybe they don't know. Why? Because there is an application like BlaBlaCar that allows that to do. Okay, so all these kind of things at the end are just populating data. They are running out with data, and they are around the city also. So each time I can share a car with someone else, so I'm just giving my 2 cents to our better sustainability, as well to our ecology, and bringing up more air to our cities. So these kind of things are the things that we are seeing nowadays, that there are these behaviors, these new behaviors that can change things, and they can impose new concept models. They bring new models of business these days also, because we are seeing a lot of new startups that we didn't manage. They are selling cars, they are not selling cars, they are just locating cars, they are just allowing me to drive a car by just having an application on my mobile phone. And the next one will be all the information that we can gather from all the IT sensors that we have, okay? There are a lot of things that we can do. There are things that, for example, I can bring at my home a couple of sets of sensors and feed this information to my own city, for example, council. The same way I can capture a flight that is over my head, a plane is flying, I can capture this information, I can send it to a server and share with the community. So there are a lot of things nowadays, small devices, a lot of protocols, a lot of technology that will helping us to generate all this information that at the end we can share, and we are sharing with others. So there are movements like, for example, open data. Open data is becoming more serious now. There are cities like Valencia, for example, that are progressing in that sense. There are some kind of organizations, governmental and non-governmental, that are sharing information and at least trying to build up. It's on an early stage yet. We are helping our customers to do that. We are helping our partners. We are supporting our community and our customers on that. And we know that all these things will come. And how we'll manage them? We have a sort, let's say, a part of technology we can have, the database, that is, we have a convergent database, but also we have a lot of applications that can help on all these management. We can manage assets. These kind of assets could be anything that belongs to a government, could be anything that belongs to a company, could be a supply chain. You can help to, let's say, to optimize a supply chain. We can help also to manage a fleet, not only to reduce carbon emission, for example, from all the carbon trucks that are running away, but also minimizing the cost to other companies. More and more, The workers are connected with their own companies and with the field. That means that we maybe don't need to go through the office, then to go through the customer to repair something like, for example, the gas or an air conditioning. We can just get it like at your hand, to your mobile phone this morning, and then go directly to the customer directly, and then you can bill directly to the customer. There are a lot of things that have been done on this space, okay? So that means that all these applications, all these sensors, all this technology, all this information or mega data information that we are gathering these days, all these big data sets that we are generating, they are coming up that we can find and analyze and then find tendencies. We can find trends. We can find that the time series, for example, on weekends or when we have a big event in Madrid, in Barcelona or in Valencia, we can predict a lot of things because we can have machine learning that is gathering information for past years and understands that moving with Uber and moving with taxis is not enough because we need to put more cars. So we need to do something as, for example, regulation during, for example, the Mobile World Congress. So these are all the kinds of things that are pushing us to get more and more things, okay? We are betting a lot on machine learning. We are betting also a lot of neural language, for example, because we think that this kind of things not only they help citizens in the sense that you can have someone that is blind, someone that has difficulties to move on, they can talk with machine and then can obtain response, and then maybe they can do all their process, even if without having had their own hands or not be able to write or use a phone, for example. Okay, these are all the kinds of things we are doing. Okay, also we are just bring to this session today a couple of things that we have been running up for our customers. For example, by gathering image from distinct devices, from distinct brands, we can get, for example, the status and also the conditions of our homes, our factories, or our businesses, in the sense that we need to optimize them to lower not only the bill or energy bill, but also to improve all the consumption of all the aspects we can have in a home, for example. Okay, so lowering the temperature, having a good insulation, just help us to reduce emissions. So that means that we bring that value directly to our own city. We are bringing that to our own citizens. So it's a circular event that we can go up and then establish how we can go. We can also have, for example, camera cars installed on the police cars or even on people that are just running away, and they can find cars that are missing, cars that have been stolen, for example. They can see what is happening on the streets. They can see what is happening on the highways. So we can compare, we can just take a screenshot, or you can take a video, then analyze them in real time or after time. So these are all the kind of things that nowadays they are at our fingertips, okay? Because with the advent of all this technology, the advance that we are getting on the CPUs, the advance that we are getting on memories and all the stuff on communication sites, all the artificial intelligence that is coming these days, all these things can bring us to much value. You can change your fridge, you can promote as a governance, for example. You can establish that you can issue something that you issue a couple of millions of euros just to change your fridge, because you know that your bill will reduce, and then you can wipe out all the free on gas that is still running away. Okay, these are all the kind of things you can do. There's also some examples that we are bringing here. Also, we have some example from our side. We have done it for the Marseille police, for example. They are seeing what is happening in Marseille, for example, real time. They are getting all this stuff. We can see pockets, for example, inside a rail station. You can control what is the influence on a concert, on a rail station, on an airport, even on the street. You can identify how many persons you have on an alley, for example, if you want to reduce it for COVID, for example, concentration. All these kind of things, they are not science fiction. They are already here to us. They are already here to help us, and so we are using them in some of the situations you are getting here. So we can improve our air quality, we can improve our energy. So that means better sustainability. So that means that you are just consuming less. So that means that you are not issuing so much carbon. So you have a lower bill. So you can take carbon credits. So that way the governance of, let's say, a local governance can take that kind of things and then exploit them as, let's say, a factual way to get money from outside. There are all kinds of things where we think also that we can bring also the citizen collaborating and participating with us. It's possible. It's here. And despite that, the young generations are more prone to use mobile phones. Even the older ones, everyone nowadays has a mobile phone. And even sometimes these persons that are more aged or even elderly way, they can also communicate with others. And we have something that is called a chatbot that can allows you, for example, to define and search what your transit schedule that you want to bring by bus, subway, or anything. You can also report, for example, that someone is painting a wall or there's makes, let's say, a bad thing to a wall or glass or broken glass. You can upload image and send pictures directly to your own local administration. You can also, for example, participate in parking violation. You can do it by your own. That doesn't mean that you are acting as a policeman, but you can also belong to that community that we have said before. The citizen is not a persona that is isolated in a city. It's not an anonymous person. We need to change that. Cities need to have, again, what we had in the past, a community. These kind of things at the end, they can happen when there is an interaction. If people don't do interaction, there is nothing. Okay, so there are a couple of ways to do the interactions. You can, for example, request for a bulk trash pickup on your movement. For example, if you move, or like Maria said before, your neighbor, they are just picking this time for the COVID time, so they want to expand their home. So you can ask for a bulk trash, for example, pickup. Then you can book it and then readjust it with your own local governance agency or someone else. Okay, so all these kind of things, they can bring the citizen with the let's say local governance, local communities, and then share with it. And once we have that, what that does mean? That means that directly the administration has a report from the graffitis. And for sure, once the user is already committed and engaged with the city by itself, we know that they don't give us fake information directly. It's not an anonymous one, okay? So that means that you are getting a value from the market because you don't need no one to pick up what is happening, where are the graffitis. You have citizens cooperating, citizens participating with you and helping you establish all a better city and doing things for you, okay? And apart of that, what you have also done, and is also, let's say, in some locations available to you also to see, we have built up a smart city demonstration that is built up on the kind of set of Legos, where we have a smart trash. We can measure the trash can. We can know that it's full filled or not filled. You can search for you the parking lots. So we can have artificial intelligence with image in real time to see that, and then you can notify you that you have a parking just 50 meters away you are not seeing, for example. You can have all the monetization in real time. You can have smart tourism. That means that by just having your phone, you can go through your QR or just point through a monument, and then from that monument, taking directly what is the timetable, what is the cost to go in and go out, and things like that. You can also have directly all the most relevant weather information at your fingertips. You can have a smart citizen card that allows you, for example, when you arrive to Barcelona, you don't pick up a card for one thing, a card for a bus. You can have something on your mobile phone, then you play around, you go up and down, you do up on a bus, you go through a theater, you go through a restaurant, you have your own discount tickets. All these things could be done by any of the governors and local governors, organizations, administrations, okay? We bring also to you a couple of, or let's say more than a couple of reference that we can share with you. They are on the smart city scope, just to share with you what kind of smart city you can find with Oracle and what we bring. For example, on the managing of the electric bikes, we have a nice physical implementation in Japan, for example, with top banks. In Argentina, also, we are providing all the food management, the water and the food management systems with Oracle technology, so you can get a 50% fuel repair gain, for example. That means that they have a saving of around 40 million per year, for example, in construction, because they can avoid a lot of accidents and things like that. So you can have also in Mexico City the same side on the water management. Water, as I said before, is one of the most, let's say, serious threats we'll have in the future. Water consumption, we need water. Our body is made by 70% of water, and it's a scarce resource. It's very polluted to these days. We are not managing correctly all our water supply, and we need to take it seriously speaking, okay? Not only the water in terms of preparing it to distribution, but also the water switch and all the networks that we can have. If you have a pipe that is overcoming water, we need to take a picture and then inform our, for example, water company nearby, okay? In Las Vegas, for example, we are also helping us on the 911 calls and helping them on the analytics side of the events and trying to prepare some events ahead of time. So by just having a camera like we have here, where you can detect an accident and then preemptively send directly, let's say, paramedic, because you know that it's a serious accident due to the speed of that car, for example, okay? You don't have any kind of, let's say, privacy rules violation here, because from the distance you have, you know that there is no privacy here that is covered. There is a other kind of things that you can see, for example, from the machine visions, for example, you can take a lot of image and then get them and process them in real time, so you can know if that person has its own bus card or not, if it's a fake one, or if he picks a card that belongs to someone else, okay? Because once you go through the machine and go through e-ticketing, you can validate the picture that is on the card or the phone, for example, with the picture that you are seeing when it's crossing the e-ticketing, just to detect fraud, for example. Just by doing that, a company recovered millions of dollars per year on that, for example, okay? These are kind of technologies that are in place now, and just to share with you what kind of things you can count on Oracle technology, and we can help you, okay? The other ones are also, for example, helping some truck companies and also some bus companies to manage in a better way, not only their, let's say, their pathways with their cars, but also searching what are the noxious gases that are emitting, when they are in idle mode, what there is the consumption time, because all the cars and all the buses, they have a small booth inside, so you can pick this data, we can send it through your IT with just a small device that just costs $5, for example. It's very possible. And all these kind of things just help the environment. But so again, inside a city, there is a lot of concentration not only of persons, but also of many, many resources. And one of them is cars and also buildings and all the human activities that are around. For example, an air conditioning where it is running is consuming energy, but also is using some kind of rare gas and things like that. So we can measure everything, okay? Also in England, we have done also the same on emergency population, for example. In San Joaquin, US, the Analytics Cloud helped us also on the social part of the San Joaquin, for example, county, that they can effectively accelerate an homeless program. And they've been one of the first, let's say, counties in the United States, in California state, to reduce to less than 1% of their previous homeless they had on the streets. So a lot of people are, let's say, in sick leavage and things like that. So City of Flata, another one. So again, on the water department as well on the airport, There are kind of things that we are trying to plan, reduce budgeting, also the effort on the construction, on the management of all these things. So what we try to bring to you today is that on the scope of a city, there is not only the city by itself, there is an entity, there are citizens inside, there are things inside. And all these things put together means that they need to cope. They generate a lot of data. This data should be processed these days. There is big data for that. There is machine learning for that. The AI for that, and all natural language also that we needed. We shouldn't forget that. And all of this, what it does is that we can, at the end, make your city smart with Oracle. That's our mission. Our mission is that helping you to get all the data, showing you that there is data that we can pick up, we can share with it, we can analyze it, we can give up this data, we can make it an interface like open data, share data, get sensors in my home, share with my own community, share with my own local administration government. Okay, so basically it's our end of our presentation that we have prepared. So it's a wide topic. We can go deeper on each one of them, and just to finish, just say thank you. Okay, and now I'm really open and keen to just attend your questions, if any.
Thank you very much, Luis. Again, I mean, I'm just very happy to the presentations that you are all sharing, because it's just widening, right, the knowledge that we have on smart cities. Obviously, each participant might have its own personal experience and knowledge and activity, but I think that in general it's important for any type of profile, as citizens, to be exposed to what is being done, what are the policies, what are the strategies, and this take us to this more participatory, attitude, right? So thank you very much also for including so many examples. Most of them, I mean, really interesting. We have some questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Whether they're in the chat or in the other share folder. We have a first question from Ivano Canteri. He's a participant, and I will try to read through. If not, Ivano, are you invited to join it? Do you think, this is a question, do you think that if existing devices are not efficient in terms of latency, G5 could improve the situation, but they will remain lagging behind more efficient devices? What I mean is, if a device is already efficient today, it will make the best of G5, but if it's not, no matter the G5, it will not benefit from the new technology, if not in minimal part.
Yeah, they will take benefit from G5. They really take benefit from G5, because one of the things that we have seen, and we have several customers working on that, is that in a city, everything normally is cabled because you have electricity around, and normally you have a cable that you can plug. But there are situations that you rely on something that should be wired. Okay, there are several protocols. There are radio protocols as well running, and G5 now brings us a latency that allows us to control a device, and we hope that G5 will open the door again, and let's say open the door. It's already open, but will give us a wider way to have a low latency in the remote situation where you need an edge device. Okay, because the devices that are cabled, you don't have any problem of latency or lag time. Depends on distance, obviously, but we are thinking that the G5, for example, will help in all remote situations. Imagine, for example, that one of the things that came this week from the Mobile World Congress of G5, that you are at sea and you need to get data from someone that is sick there. So it's very difficult because normally they went through radio. So with G5, they are kind of way to go with. Obviously, we have satellites also to do that. But G5 will help a lot, and we hope that it will help a lot. But hopefully also, there are a lot of small protocols on radio, let's say, range, that are helping us. So we hope that we'll have a wide way of spectrum, also radio spectrum as well, mobile spectrum.
I hope, Ivano, that Luis has answered your question.
I hope so. It's okay, Ivan?
Ivano, I think this is a yes. I think
Okay,
yes.
thank
Thank
you.
you. Partly.
Okay, thank you.
He says partly, but obviously I think there is a further discussion, in terms of obviously, Luis, you explain all the different, aspects technically,
Yeah,
that G5 are introducing, right? So it solves the problem in different parallel aspects.
Yes.
Okay, so let me go to the next question. Seeing the current and future developments of automation, AI, and smart solutions, in your opinion, should technological development also be limited by ethical or moral requirements? Or would you say it is a free market and the customer always will have its own choice?
It's a good, very good question. It's a very good question. I agree totally with the question on the ethical part, because nowadays there are a lot of companies on the world and a lot of persons that they have your picture, my picture, and all the picture of all of us on this session, and you didn't authorize it. Okay, so privacy is one of the key problems that we have on the digital world. And fortunately, in Europe, there are the GDPR laws that help a lot on that. But despite that, there are a lot of things that should be done. Okay, so nowadays you go through a mall, you are on the street, you are on the way, you go on a shop, and you don't know if someone is taking a picture, because you can have a minuscule, let's say, pencil camera that is watching you. Okay, so there is unethical behaviors these days. But I think also that as soon as we are progressing, as soon as people are violating this kind of privacy worlds and contexts and ecosystems, more laws will coming. We will become more protected, because we have been seeing that on the past years. Now with GDPR, at least you have the right to be forgotten. Okay, so that means that you can ask that your data should be wiped in all the social networks. That's one of the biggest problems we have. But the other way around, the progress that we have on AI, for example, is very interesting, and this is fantastic. I should share with you, because we belong to a project, for example, just by scanning and counter scanning all the analyzing message and image that we are collecting, for example, from the scans and CATs on the lens during the COVID, they helped a lot to classify and to pattern and to predict the evolution of someone that will come ill, serious ill, or really a death threat way. So there are things that when we have our privacy invaded, okay, that it's a technical problem. That's for sure AI should regulate it. We have some very expert persons like Elon Musk from Tesla that is warning everyone that we should be very cautious. I agree totally, because we can go through something that we have seen in many pictures and movies. But the reality is that analyzing, for example, something that is happening, for example, building up a car, or for example, building a building process or something, just by filming it and then analyzing it, you can learn what is the default. You can learn that, for example, the fan blades or an engine, for example, GE or at Rolls-Royce, they have one defect that they will break and they will put lives in danger. So all these kind of things, they are becoming from AI and machine learning at the same time. Okay, so for that kind of things, I think that we shouldn't stop, and we are progressing on that. Or the other one where you have intimacy, face recognition for bad uses, for example, and things like that, where your privacy, your intimacy, your dignity is attached to that kind of analyzing, then they should be ruled out totally. And then we need an ethical, let's say, guideline, and people should know that they shouldn't overpass some frontiers. And then we need to be on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, there is an addition to your question. Joan, can I share it? is quite concrete, it's quite specific. It's going back to the ethical requirement. Isn't there a risk that Chinese tech takes the lead in AI development while Europe stays behind because of the requirements become kind of a hindrance? Isn't there, or should there be a trade-off?
Well, there is a trade-off. There is always a trade-off in these kind of situations. Markets nowadays are open, progressing on technology side very, very fast. We are not taking too much attention because we are far away and we are not seeing the progress they are taking, but they are taking huge progress. And despite that, they can be far away, they can monitor us. You can have a mobile application that is sending back information to somewhere. And these are the kind of things that, ethically speaking, should be controlled. And hopefully there is one company, for example, like Apple, that is trying to manage that on their own privacy setting rules they have, and the others will follow also, okay? So I think that the market, the technology, and all these invasions, if you want, they will be auto-regulated step by step. Obviously, there will be some temptation to overpass these rules and these laws, but also the persons or the organization that cross the line, they will know that they have crossed the line and say they will get a fine for that. So I think that all these things will be balanced in the future, because we will understand one day that when is enough, and then I won't say that progress will stop, but at least it will be more conscientious on that way. I hope that at least that regulation come up. And then once again, I agree with Maria. It's not on our hands as a citizens, but we can do something, okay, on that. But also it's on our politicians. And as a citizen, we need to go through that. Okay, we can create a community, we can create groups, we can create activation groups or active groups to show that, because it's very important. Because, you know, nowadays, up on top of our heads, we have already satellites that know that I'm moving from point A to B. My telco company knows where I am now. They know if my telephone is on vertical or horizontal. So, you know, there is a lot of things that are well known. There is information that is not relevant. There is other kind of information that's very relevant.
Good point. Thank you very much, Luis. I'd like to share the last one and ask you to be fast in answering, because we are behind schedule, but it's also very specific. And the question is, there are many entities and players within the cities. Startups, small and medium companies are one of the most relevant players. How do you collaborate with them? Do you have special initiatives such as open innovation contests?
Yeah. We have a startup program. Oracle has started a startup program last year. It is not yet worldwide, so they opened it in some regions to go through startups. We have also some programs with partners, so you can become a partner with very low fee, and you can have access to our tools and our technology and our information also. So there are distinct kinds of, let's say, mechanisms and tools that could help a startup to start building up things with our own cloud. You have a program that is called a free tier. You can go through our own cloud. You can subscribe with your own email. Then you can start using it for 30 days with an amount of money. And is gone, or the period of 30 days is gone, then you can have a code always free. That means that you have a set of reserved resources for you to use our cloud. You can play with it, you can use it, if you can learn, you can, whatever project you want to start up, you can do it with our own tools. So we are open for that. I left also my email, so if someone is interested on that. On the innovation side, we are doing also some kind of things like, for example, the smart city that I showed you before. For example, like the Proxima City, we have been working as well as a group here in Spain, for example, the We Do team that we have bring it as innovation. So we have been couple of pre-sales that we build up, let's say, demos, canned demos that could deploy with our partners, with our customers. We can bring ideas, we can try an innovation with a startup, we can do a proof of concept, for example, to help everyone to go through their own thread and their pathway to get a new business, a new idea, because there are a lot of ideas and a lot of new business that are popping up these days around smart cities, around everything related with a city. You know, they are the vertical grow. There are also startups, for example, that are the vertical grow legumes, for example, nearby a smart market, for example, a supermarket. There are a lot of new business that are coming to the cities these days, you know. So I think that just a matter of time that we'll see a boost on that.
We'll see it soon.
Yeah.
Okay, Luis, then thank you very much. Thanks also, it's true on your slide, there's the email for Luis, you like to contact him. And we're going, thank you very much. We're going for the break because we are, as I said, we are behind schedule, but I think it's important not to cut you, you or the other participants, because at the end of the day, it's important to share these questions now, and the session is recorded and we're going to be sharing them with all of you later on. So in case you have to leave at the end before it ends, then be sure that we're going to send the link with the whole video so you are able to watch all the different participants. So we're allowing a break for everyone, let's say 5-10 minutes. So please stay connected, and we see you in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you had a nice break, which was necessary. It was a long first half this morning. I'd like to proceed with the program. I hope everyone is back from the break. As you have seen, we have the masterclass, we have the representative from the PI or public administration perspective, more consultancy as well, Maria Galindo. Then we had ICT from Luis Nogueira, Oracle, very interesting presentations. And now we have the opportunity to bring you energy player, Iberdrola, which is one of the main actors in our area, although they have also activities abroad. And Alberto García Casas, who's responsible for smart cities and big accounts and smart solutions, he is going to be the one sharing with us the Iberdrola strategy and examples and knowledge. So, Alberto, thank you very much for being here. Thank you also for apologies for this little delay, but I think that now is the time you can start your presentation. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you first to Christian and to all the organization to invite Iberdrola, in this case Smart Cities area, to share and to show how can we feel these smart cities and what is the point of view from Iberdrola. I'm going to share the presentation. I think you can see it. If there is any problem, please tell me. Well,
yes, we can see it, Alberto.
Okay. As you say, I belong to Iberdrola Smart Cities area that belongs to Iberdrola Clientes, who is the retail part of the business, and there is also a small part inside this Iberdrola retail, which is Smart Solutions, in which we have a lot of solutions to develop this electrification of the demand that we want to push, and we are completely convinced on is one of the best solutions to reach the decarbonization of the cities. First of all, let me start with the Sustainable Development Goals. I think it's the base of everything. Iberdrola is firmly convinced that the recovery of the economy and employment after COVID-19 can be green, only be green, and which is why it is committed to pressing for the transition towards a new socioeconomic model that is climate neutral, resilient, sustainable, and inclusive. With this in mind, and keeping with its activity, the group is putting the spotlight principally in two SDGs, the 7 and 13, and with more context in the 13 one, the climate action. Sorry, making an active and determined contribution to sustainable and a low carbon future to fight against the climate change. We have therefore set ourselves the target of reducing the intensity of the CO2 emissions by 2030 and being carbon neutral by 2015. Iberdrola commits to carbon neutrality by 2050, but not only stops at that point. Our investment strategy focuses on clear energy and networks, and that will make Iberdrola in 2030 a carbon neutral company Now, I'm sure you are aware that today cities account for the 3% of world surface, while they consume more than half of the energy, and they emit 3/4 of the CO2 that we emit to the atmosphere. As you can imagine, this is already worrying, even more so knowing that the forecast announced that in the year 2050, probably 70% of the population. This is very funny because every event I attend, I hear a different data, but it's around 70, 80. I don't mind. It's a very high percentage of population that will be will be urban. So like 2,500 million people is around 500 times Madrid. If we continue consuming at that rate that we do now, we will have to conquer one Earth and a half to satisfy our various appetite of energy and consumption. Socrates said a while ago that the secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but to building the new. This is very important. This is very important to take into account. As citizens of a large city like New York or Tokyo, nowadays emits more than 2 tons of CO per year, and this is the worst thing about what is happening now. We need to put a lot of money also in the economy to eliminate this emission, and this is the hard point of all this problem, to make us think of many solutions of how can we avoid this situation. And if in this, without considering the cost of impact on people, just cleaning emissions is constantly way. So we are not taking into account what is going to happen with people health with all these emissions that we are emitting every day. We must to fix, and we need to share and to put on the table solutions to avoid these situations. Sometimes when you ask how do you imagine future cities, we think about this picture that is like, I don't know, these films that we saw in the past. I like to say that because in many events where we talk about smart cities, we always speak about future cities, but what I think is that smart cities is now a reality. We have smart cities nowadays, and we consider that we can do it, and the transition is now doing. So we don't still continue thinking about future cities, and we must think on present cities, and how can we improve them to imagine in this way that we think is better, with the green covers, with for the self-consumption energy. But to achieve this, we have to be able to properly develop cities. We talk about development and not growth, because growth means quantitative increase, while development means improvement in qualities. And what we must achieve is that this development is sustainable over time from a social, economic, and environmental point of view. And until now, we just use our environment as a resource bank at the service of the economy, of human satisfaction. But change has to lead us, and not so much to maximize short-term benefits, but to generate sustainable wealth and at all levels. We say that cities are not a problem. We must see cities as a solution. So we have here the infrastructure, we have the technology, and we have all the tools we need to make this transformation. Now I'm going to say a scheme of what is the concept of smart cities from Iberdrola point of view, and probably from other partners of the smart city. There are many actors in a smart city, but we consider that the principal who must be in the middle is the citizen. All the smart city must work around the citizens. There are internal objects, external objects. We consider external objects as the traffic pollutions near cities who participate in the city, but not directly. Doesn't take part directly on the infrastructure of the city, as is the internal object, where we consider the smart buildings, infrastructure, airports, stations, schools, university, from different points of view, not just public administration, but also private infrastructure and the things that can be part of this big city. The smart cities has many areas that must be always in it. For one point of view, we have all these things that belong to the citizens directly, governance, the new new governance programs, the citizens' involvement, CSR, the training and education. On the other hand, we have these things that take part of the city as a general services point of view, public services, this monitoring data that talked in the previous talk, these operational technologies, and what Iberdrola focus is in what we know in terms of energy. We consider that it's very important to focus on the decarbonization of the cities, and what we can do is to improve the energy efficiency, the renewable energies, and push the sustainable mobility. The objective of a smart city in the end is to reach an environmental and economical sustainability, and to give the citizens the better quality of. All of this must also be joined by a city platform, make all this possible. It's very important to take into account that a smart city is not just, there are many parts, but they must be together. I think there are many actors, big companies, small companies, startups, citizens, private, public administration, and they all must be together and work together for the main focus. In terms of energy, we can say that cities are an energy sink and a volcano emissions. They consume more and more energy consequently, and emit more and more than ever. How can we stop this? Clearly, from Iberdrola point of view, electrifying energy and generating efficiencies. Let me put the context of the situation in Europe and also in Spain. There are multiple measures adopted to accelerate the green recovery. In Spain, we have specific programs. Now we have the National Integrated Energy and Climate Plan, who is the PNIEC, that push a lot the decarbonization and is very focused on the electrification, just transition, climate, and all of us know the European Green Deal, the Next Generation program, and that who is going to be the main tool to allow us make this transformation and to allow us to impulse and start this transformation of electrification. Also, we have to take into account that nowadays we can use and we have the technology to achieve this goal, and we can use a photovoltaic electric vehicle, aerothermal heat pumps, hydrogen, that are technologies that allow us to decarbonize the cities and the environment in general. Electrification, we consider electrification as the most viable option of decarbonize. Technology evolution will be driven by the challenge of decarbonization, and to reach this goal, we need, from the point of view of the industry, renewable generations technology that are cost competitive for decarbonize this sector, and towards the decarbonize the energy demand, which is the part where smart cities in Iberdrola is most focused. We have the technology for the electrification of the economy. We also measure to the acceleration of the electrification through a catalog of measures that has been developed internally to help this accelerate and process of the electrification of the demand. These measures are being proposed to responsible public bodies, autonomous communities, towns, everything we consider, to help them to promote the development electrification. We consider these 4 technologies at the principle: the light electric vehicle, the urban electric bus, heat pump, and self-consumption as the main tools or main technologies to develop the smart cities and the decarbonization of the cities. And we try to to promote and to push these measures through fiscal, financial, and regulatory point of view. The administration, the main action of the administration is very important in the development of the smart cities, as we will see after. We focus on electrify the energy demand, and this is the portfolio of products or actions that we can offer to each customer in order to adapt to their needs. Iberdrola, as a solution, as an integral solution of the electrify of demands, we have the energy efficiency part, solar self-consumption, electric mobility, and the connection between home or industry. And we join all these offer, all these solutions on what we consider the smart city. It will be a join of these solutions, also with join of many parts from thirds that we can't develop because it's not our know-how. We must join with other companies who know to do this. This is what we see as we see a smart city with public administration, industry, citizen, resident areas, company areas, business areas. There are three clear vectors, as we said before, to develop. The mobility, the new models have to be electric and collaborative, providing charging infrastructure in cities to democratize the use of the electric vehicle. The power generation, we can cover an important part of the demand of cities with photovoltaic energy, installing the millions of roofs, public or private, that we have in our cities. And then, of course, from the point of view of energy efficiency, we have the electrification of climate with hot and cold, and improvement of the efficiency isolations. We complete the solutions. We offer a complete solutions with these 3 points of view I mentioned, joined by energy management, who is going to give the brain of all these solutions, making it more efficiency. They are efficiency in their own, but we consider that if we put it together and we join them together, the solution will be more satisfactory. We offer a complete solution for charging electric vehicle to accelerate the electrification of the transport. We also offer a self-consumption solutions for all types of building, publics, home, business, and companies. An electrification of comfort encourage the replacement by electric and more efficiency air conditioned or heat pump equipments, and management, what I said, the assistance and maintenance service that provides the peace of mind and efficiency of the whole system. Now, focusing in these different actions that we offer, this is, I want to specify the data, but this is a graph where we can see the evolution or the comparison in the TCOs, the total cost of the different technologies that we have. Is now the most useful and what we are promoting, and they are becoming reality nowadays. Now we have a comparison between the gasoline and electric vehicle, where we can see that the first years the cost of the gasoline vehicle is less, but we are improving in similar prices. Here this is made the comparison with the same car in two versions, the electric rate and the electric rate and the gasoline version, and the difference is very similar. So we think is the best solutions. Also, we have to take into account the other levers for improvement. That how are we developing these days? We have around 400 models today, in front of the 70 we had 6 years ago. The cars now has higher autonomy, they have a quick recharge. The environmental policies push a lot to develop this technology, and I think it's a reality we can see now in the streets, and we will see more, of course. From the electric mobility point of view, Iberdrola offers many solutions for all kinds of customers. Business to customer, we have installations and self-charging points, electricity tariffs designed specifically for this consumption. For business to business, also specific solutions for companies and fleets. We have also a technology platform to adapt the research solutions to the needs of its client. Public charging, one of the most important things to develop this technology, because not everybody have a place to park the car. We have a plan of 100 million euros, and this public charge, we have a public charge app, public charge, which integrates our points of research and others, more than 2,000 nowadays, and also with an international point of view. It belongs to, we have points from all Europe. We have also solutions for single home, with different plans, giving the easiest solution for the customers, making it as simple as we can, just with turnkey solutions, and also sustainable, using giving the possibility to give the 100% of this energy from green energy. Also, we have solutions for condominium. This belongs to neighbor communities, where we have the possibility not to point the solution just to one neighbor, but also prepare the pre-installation for the rest, in order to do it in the right way and in the proper execution. And also we have other solutions for public multi-user garage facility, which we do all the installation, so the installation and the point of research, and we just build the final user without the need of invest from the owner of the. This is just to see that we have many offers in order to support all the situations and all the possibility customers we have. Also for companies, I'm not going to tell much about this, that we have all these companies now, which these solutions, we execute these solutions. This is what I told before, the importance of the public research plan, because it's one of the barriers that I think that people have for buying an electric car. Is okay, in the cities it's easy to research, but what is happening when I want to travel? Well, the Iberdrola plan focus on 3 different kind of chargers, and the idea is to put the highest power charger every 200 kilometers, a super rapid every 100 kilometers, and the rapid one, the 5 kilowatt charger, every 50 kilometers, and that is where in which we are working now with the power assembly. Very important, also the new situation and the new presence of the EVAs in the cities. We say that the public administrations must be a tool, must be the example for the citizens. It's a pity when you see all the buses in the cities, how they are pushing emissions, these old buses. And this is becoming a reality. We offer green energy to different kinds of supply. We also do the changing infrastructure, and also we give the solutions of renting, financial, and agreement with partners of the bus. This is some photos of a hub of charging point with the three types of charge I mentioned before. And then we do the similar with the heat pump, how it's growing and how it's decreasing the price of the electric heat pump. In comparison with gas oil, we see that it's very benefit, it's very profit. And we can say exactly the same with the gas heaters of last generation, but I think that the price in the end is similar, and we thought that the development of this electrification is going in this way. In the new aerothermal solutions that give a high comfort response, electrification through heat pumps. The solutions we give are similar than or the different clients we focus are similar than in the other actions. We have business to client with solutions of aerothermal, heat pumps, and water. That is nowadays one of the best solutions. It's true that it's a bit expensive, but it will decrease these prices in the next years. But in many cases, is very profit for the customer. And heating, cooling, and domestic hot water with the greatest comfort at home. It's incredible that this aerothermal with the heat floor, the comfort that gives to the client is amazing. It's very high. Also, we give solutions of heat pump, air conditioning, and provision domestic hot water for large customers in business to business for companies. And what is the highest effect in the cities? That could be the community of neighbors. We are also giving solutions as ESCO model, not just making them to do the investment in this technology, but giving the solution. Okay, Iberdrola is going to do everything, and we will sell you kilowatts of hot. So we work as an ESCO model also for selling hot. What to say about the photovoltaic generation? I think that of the three is the most real action or solution that we have nowadays in many roofs. It has a very high potential. The other day, I was in my meeting meeting in my community neighbor, and it was true that they came 2 or 3 companies. One of those was, of course, Iberdrola, and they said, no, while you are not applying this technology, you are losing money. And it's true. We have many programs, many situations, many installations now is very flexible. There are many solutions that allow us to look for and to find the best solutions that is going to be a profit in any way. We have here many comparisons for the from the residential point of view and more commercial point of view, and in both of them is very profit, and it's a very important solution that we are improving, and we are doing a lot in Iberdrola. We give also solution for business to customer and business to business for integral turnkey solutions, energy management, deliver compensation surpluses. We also can finance the payment options through renting for companies. For large facilities, we also give this kind of integral turnkey solutions, financial. Also the option of the PPA with investment of Iberdrola and long-term contract of sale of energy that is really very interesting. And And finally, for the collective and community solar, we have these solutions I talked before about the integral turnkey solutions on management of collective self-consumption. We also gave a finance payment option, and this is what is more new, that we are also giving the possibility, or we are offering solar communities that allow to investment like Iberdrola, the sell or the energy to users in 500 meters, which makes rental rules. This is a scheme of how we see a house as a part of a smart city. This can be extrapolated to a campus, university campus, to a company, to infrastructure, a big infrastructure, where we have the different solutions I talked before, and all managed by the brain, that we say that is the energy management system. Nowadays, we give 3 kinds of energy management. One is just to inform the client how is it consumption, and to give some advice about doing more efficiency. Then we have 2 other options that we can use through metering and real-time monitoring. We give us the possibility of offer these solutions in order to efficiency more the. With all of this, I just want to give a brief view of what we are doing and how are we translating all of this to a real situation with the project Atelier, the Lighthouse project with Amsterdam and Bilbao. That is a real-scale demonstrator of energy systems with solution based on smart grids, photovoltaic, heat pumps, electromobility, district heating, and the ICT tools to integrate all this management. This is an H2020 project from the European Commission with 2 lighthouses that are Amsterdam and Bilbao, and 3 follower cities for using the best practice that we are developing here. This project, all these companies are working in this project, and the objective of the project is to realize a positive energy district that, in the case of Bilbao, we are developing in Zorrozaurre Island, in which with the new plan of regeneration of the urban, from the urban point of view, we are applying this methodology in order to try to reach this PED, this positive energy district, and save 1.7 tons of CO2 between Amsterdam and Zorrozaurre in Bilbao. So, for not speaking out, because I think I passed my 30 minutes, just to say that cities are not a problem, they are the solutions. We have many ways to measure this electrification, that how are changing the cities and the demand. Arcadis is a consulting company that updates every year the global index of the 100 most suitable cities, and it's very important how it measures it, because it focuses in the 3 P's, in 3 principal parts, that are people, which with an impact on the quality of life and social opportunity, the planet, taking into account energy use, pollution and emissions, and the profit, observing the business, environmental, and the economic. Just a review of what is a bit surprising, the thing that we can say that politicians are ahead of us in some cases. Why I say this? Because we see that there are many associations. We have the C40 cities, at least the cities for climate protection, Covenant of Mayors, Cities for Climate. There are many associations that they are making the right decisions, or they are trying to talk about the right decisions to reach this goal of decarbonizations. Indeed, this time our local governments are being able to mobilize what global governments have not been able to do. They've done their work. We consider that, and it's amazing that what they told us is that the main problem that they usually told us or bring us is that it's about citizen participation. It's incredible, but it's real that in some cases something is not going properly because we are pushing. We have programs. We have many possibilities to do this. But I think that there is a big work from the administration point of view in order to push this and to involve the citizens as a part of the smart city. I put this picture like, okay, we have the planet, the country, the city, the district, the neighborhood community, the family, and then we have everyone here of us that could be the citizens, and how could we much work together in order to reach this decarbonization goal, because it's not just a measure or a way to apply. It's economic benefits, because we are talking of $23 trillion until 2030, 3 times the GDP of Europe, and the possible of creating lot of employee, and we could avoid 700,000 deaths related to the air pollution with these solutions. So it's not possible to think on a sustainable economy if it is not the smart, and we need smart cities, and of course for having smart cities we need smart citizens. And finally, just to tell in a nutshell that cities are not the problem, as we said, they are the solutions. The 3 Ps that are very important, that must be involved in this smart city concept: people, planet, and profit. How we must focus the energy, the renewable, the future, not looking at the past or trying to remain the past. And for decarbonization, we consider that goes through electrification. This is our must. Just to say thank you, and then I open to every question you could have.
Many thanks, Alberto. I think it's important, specifically these last 3 Ps, people, planet, profit. I mean, at the end of the day, it's true that there has to be, people must be involved. The planet is a big importance in order, to define our actions, but profit also is necessary, right, in order to take the projects forward. So we have a couple of questions that we can share with you. I will straight to it. I mean, the first one is, how do you, Iberdrola, build up this broad portfolio of technical solutions? Did you mainly develop internally with a scientific operation, or do you add by external companies to your portfolio?
Thank you for the question. We have 2 aspects to consider. All the portfolio I show, we do it internally. Okay, all these 3 solutions, we do it internally, but we have partners. Depending on the situation, we have agreements with other companies to develop this. But it's very important that when we offer all integral solutions for a smart city, we try to go not just showing us our portfolio. We work with other companies. For the public administration, we go in joint companies in order to supply all the things that the other company doesn't do, and in order to give an integral solution just for the customer to have it as a pack, and not start thinking of okay, I have to talk with many partners or many actors. We want to have one actor who aggregate everything and who saw them. In a nutshell, just say that most of them are internal solutions that we develop ourselves, but if we identify or we must do something that is not in our portfolio or is not still developed by us, we don't have problems on look for the best partner in these situations and to make an agreement with them.
Okay, fantastic. And last question, it somehow is connected, is how closely do you need or communicate with regional, national governments regarding regulations or implementation of new technologies? To that, how closely, I will add how difficult it is as well, right?
Can you repeat the beginning, because
Yes.
it cut and
How closely do you communicate with regional, national governments regarding regulations for implementation of new technologies?
Yes, this is, we have a department specifically for that in our company. It's very important to be very close for all the new regulatory to participate and to give us our opinion from our utility point of view. We have a lot of clients, we have a lot of knowledge of how they consume, how they want to develop their consume, and I find it very, very important to be part of this development. In the end, the government or the regulation, they do what they consider, but it's just putting the floor what we said, that all the participation we demand from the citizens in the smart city. I think this is also what we companies must do with the governments, just to give us our point of view, to give us our experience, our knowledge, in order to try to reach the best solution and the best practice for all the citizens and all customers.
Fantastic. So Alberto, thank you very much for your participation. As you all know, we're going to be sharing the Iberdrola's presentation with the participants. So again, thank you very much, and we also invite you to participate on the next session on the 13th. That invitation always is always open to all the different speakers today. Thank you very much, Alberto, again.
Thank you, to all the participants in the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alberto. Okay, so we're coming to the last participation. We've got Alberto Tortajada from Ferrocarrils de la Generalitat de Catalunya. Albert, bon dia, hello, welcome. Thank you very much. I mean, the hard part of being the last one on the agenda is that you have to wait for everyone to finish, so that takes much more patience, and thank you for that.
I'll try to be not very boring. In any case, I'll share my presentation. Let's try.
Okay, let me just introduce Alberto as the infrastructure director from Ferrocarrils de la Generalitat de Catalunya, and he's going to be obviously bringing the mobility pillar point of view. So Alberto, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
We can see the presentation.
Yes, you see my presentation. Well, first of all, let me thank you for inviting me to this session. And second, I try to just start with seconds only, just to tell. Perhaps not everybody in the session knows who we are. So my company GGCC is a public transport company. We are an old company. We were founded in 1863 with a line that connected the very center of the city of Barcelona with Sarrià, who's now inside the city, but at this time it was an independent village. And we are proud to say that when we started, we were a very modern company, because we started with trains every 30 minutes, regular service. So a concept that was very advanced at these times. They say that we were offering more services in our line, in our short line, than in the rest of the country. In any case, we have grown up, and in 79, different private companies were, the responsibility was taken by the regional government of Catalonia, and the government created our company. It's a public company, and with 2019 figures, not 2020, because 2020 figures are, of course, very different because of the pandemic. We transported in 2019 we transported nearly 90 million passengers a year with very, very high level of punctuality. We are nearly 2,000 people working in the company. We're managing 300 kilometers of different lines with different track gauge, international, narrow gauge, and Iberian gauge. We manage more than 100 stations, 2 rack railways, cable cars, and even we manage 6 different ski stations in the north of the region. So we have a major presence in our region, in Catalonia. You see, all company railway, so you may think conservative, and you're right. Railway companies are very, very conservative. So when we are talking about these issues about smart cities, smart trains, technology, most of times we have to put this under the research and development areas inside the company. So we have started working on this under this support. And you may ask why are we interested in this and how can we manage? Because when we started years ago, the first thing we found were excuses to not progress in this line. I mean, for example, we say, and it's true, that our expertise focuses on what's operational excellence. So we talk about punctuality, about reliability, about security, safety. Then we are not a big company, so we can't afford a research and development department. And people sometimes feel, our staff feels that time spent in these issues is detracted from what they consider to be their true work. But there are some facts. The first one is that work is bigger and I would say also more sophisticated, more complicated than rail, and it's running much faster than us. I always explain that the shape of the rail is the same in the last 200 years. It has not changed really. So I think other sectors in the world are changing much more faster than us. There are new players in the public transport sector. And what's more important, our staff is really willing to dedicate time to non-routine, to new issues. Of course, if there is no success obligation, one of the lessons we have to learn is that in research and development area, the success is not always sure. And as we are used in our real work in terms of service, customer punctuality, reliability, to have zero failures, sometimes it's difficult to convince people that not necessarily the way we are following for these innovations will come to success. In any case, we have to become smart. For young people, probably when you say smartphone, the first image that comes to your mind is this one. When I'm a little bit old now, I was born in the 60s, so for the first time I heard the word smartphone, the first image that came to my mind was this one. We have to become smart, and the way to do this in FGC, we have decided to first participate in research and development programs like, for example, Horizon 2020 that was mentioned a few minutes ago at the Iberdrola presentation. In these programs we act as specificator or an end user, and we offer our network as a living lab. I'll show you some examples later. Then our technical areas develop their own projects, technical projects, and in corporate level, we are monitoring these projects in order to take advantage of the synergies of the different projects. People will to work on developments that make the work easier or more efficient, more productive. But finally, there are some synergies that can be established between different projects. What are we focusing on? You know this. When you have your basic needs covered, you start going up on the pyramid. And of course, when we talk about smart cities, sometimes I feel that we are always at this level. So we talk about connectivity, we talk about personalized information for our travels, even the concept of liquid traveler, but it's because we feel or we think that our basic needs are covered. So we want to prevent this also. We need to guarantee safety, to guarantee reliability. We need to guarantee punctuality, the service, the basic information. So around this idea, so we have to work on this at the top level, but also to guarantee the bottom level. We have built our concept of what's the smart train. I will not talk about stations today, but only about trains. What do we need to run a smart train? There are basically just three requirements. First, we need to communicate the train with the ground. And that's not easy, because a train is moving at a certain speed inside tunnels or areas with bad communications coverage. So we are working on different projects. For example, on what we call the vertical roaming. So changing from 3G or 4G network to private Wi-Fi network to guarantee the continuous communication from train to ground and ground train. Of course, and I will insist on this afterwards, 5G is one of the answers to this solution. There was a question in the first part of the session. I think it was Ivano who raised the question if 5G will mean a significant change, and our answer is yes. We have systems, we have ideas that are working today in a 4G environment that we need 5G to guarantee some of the features like latency, like slicing when it's finally we have this release with. Any case, communications, then the train architecture. So the train needs to have some intelligent devices or some sensorization, and it's something that's complicated because train is an asset that has a very long life. I mean, you buy a train and probably in 30 years it will still be on operation. So you can imagine, for example, that our trains that started in 1996, the oldest one I have, there is no even an internal Ethernet system. So it's not easy to collect information or to collect some kind of alarms or things like this, and to transmit to the ground. Finally, we have also the data management. Train can generate thousands, I would say, even millions of informations. So you have to manage this, and there's always a decision in if you manage this on board and you only transmit the alarms, for example, or you transmit all the information and there's a management on the ground. We feel that 5G will be probably the next step that will help us to manage these smart trains in a right way. Why? Because with 5G, we can operate trains at 3 levels. First one is what we call the rail operation critical support services. So there are services that are needed for the proper operation of the rail transport service. Basically, would say voice communications from train to control, central control, and also some of the traffic control management systems. Nowadays, because we don't have the guarantee with the communication networks that exist to be able to provide with guarantee these services, we have dedicated infrastructures for this purpose. So we need a Tetra radio infrastructure for voice communication, and not in my network, but in the networks I know in other parts of the world. If you have a traffic control system, you also have a dedicated infrastructure. It's likely that in 2-3 years, when all these features about slicing and the possibility of having part of the bandwidth reserved for private users, that we will not need any more private infrastructures separated for each one of these critical services, but we can use a single 5G network. Then you have also the rail operation non-critical support services. So as they are non-critical, we can, and you'll see some examples afterwards, we can start working with this, because when you're talking, for example, about CTV, remote supervision of images on board, if there's a small delay or you lose the information during a few seconds, it's not relevant. Then you have all the services related with passenger experience. So telecommunications, information, etc. Services that probably will not be provided by the operating company, but by telecommunications operators. This is important because this part would relate to the top of the pyramid. So what makes having, I mean, when you or people or customer feels that the basic needs, so the train will be punctual, we will not have an accident, etc. What you need to convince sometimes people to change from private modes to public modes is this part of services. Sorry for Alberto and his it was very interesting, the presentation about electrification of private cars. I would say welcome to our world. We decided 100 years ago change from coal to electricity, so we are in advance in this field, and we really feel that the best strategy for fighting against the climate change, of course, electric car will help, but the best strategy continues to be changing from private modes to public transport modes. So we need to make the public transport attractive, and probably one of the best strategies is to convince customers that that time spent inside public transport is not lost, it's not wasted time, but it's useful time. You can work, you can have entertainment, you can have information, but we need communication to guarantee this. So we are working hard in this idea. So what we imagine in the future is that our train, who has an internal network structure, Ethernet or Wi-Fi, it doesn't matter. Then all these different channels, that you have the Tetra radio, the radio for interlocking system, the system for images, backups, even we have wired support infrastructures. All of these will be concentrated on a single 5G network. and we intend to support it in this 5G network all of these systems. We have been carrying tests inside an Horizon 2020 program that was called 5G Picture. We carried tests during fall 2019, just before the COVID, and we have verified that it's possible to maintain this continuous communication with high flow rate and with low latency. So we are very, very confident that next year's the implementation of 5G systems will help us a lot. But meanwhile, and there was also a question that was raised in the former sessions. Till we are waiting 5G, we can do things, and especially in what's non-mission critical services. So we can experiment and we can provide already services to our customers. Here there are three examples that there are real examples. Have not risked to connect on real time to prevent problems, but you can trust me, these are three apps that are working today, real time applications. First one, the one that's on the top, left top, is an application, an open application, so everybody can have it in even if you are not a customer, where you can locate real time all of our fleet, and you just have the information about the train, the destination, if it's on time or not, and you have a very sensitive information today. That's the level of occupancy of the different coaches with a very simple code: green, yellow, red. That seems easy, but here you have to combine different sources of information, because you know the position of the train through the interlocking control system, but to get the information about the number of people inside the train, you have to manage some information about the weight that's detected by the suspension system of the train, and then to convert it in number of people, and then to transmit and to assignate a physical train with a logical train. So it's a very interesting development that was made. It's an in-house development, so it was made by our staff. Then the top, right top, we have another system that's just in a test phase. If I was connecting, what you are seeing on the screen is the same that the driver is seeing at his monitor. So we can follow a train. We can have lots of information like the speed, like the if there are something that's going wrong, the external cameras, also internal cameras, etc. When we get to guarantee that this information is reliable, so that the transmission is guaranteed, we can change the way we are managing the maintenance. Our maintenance is basically based on preventive maintenance, so you do certain kind of revisions or operations every X kilometers or every X hours. We can change to a model of predictive maintenance where the train can tell us that it is likely that something will go wrong in next minutes or next kilometers. That is very important because if you can detect in let's say, a pre-alarm, there will be, it's likely to have a problem in the next kilometers. You can change your train. It's always difficult, but without affecting the service. If there's a breakdown, you have lots of problems. So we are focusing on this kind of solutions that are centered in the basement of the pyramid. I mean, these tools will help us to provide safe, reliable, punctual service. Then, because not all the world is trains, we feel that nowadays it's very, very important to consider not only the train as the backbone of the public transport system, but also the intermodality. So, for example, we have at this moment lots of places where you can park your car or your bike, and to change from this personal mode to public mode. But of course, when you leave home, when you take your car and you drive, I mean, 2, 3, 4 kilometers to park your car and to take the train, it's very interesting to know before the start of your journey if there are or not free park places. So we have also a real-time app that allows you to get this information. So it's a way to guarantee your trip will be continuous liquid. Last thing we are working on, and it just perhaps you read it on newspapers or on digital media last week. We started what we call our 5G lab. It's an initiative that's a collaboration between FGC and also the Mobile World Capital and also Vodafone and our government. And the main goal is to have a permanent installation where we are covering the way from Plaza España, where's Fira 1, and Europa, where's Fira 2, the two main fair locations, and all the connection through our line, that's four station, 100% tunnel, to have continuous 5G coverage. So it's a place where different services can be developed, where you if you are interested, you can have proposals to investigate, to make, to experiment different development for 5G railway developments, but also customer developments. I mean, just entertainment or information apps, but also more technical issues too, for example, for control trade systems or things like it. We just started last week, so the lab is open, and we intend to have this kind of solution. So I mean, control of what's the internal systems to control the train, the traffic. Then also all these non-critical systems, for example, for remote vision of the cameras that we already have, but not with the level of reliability that would like to have. And finally, also the remote supervision of the trains. Of course, this is not my train. Any case, to probably when this happened, there was an overheat alarm somewhere in the train that if we have been able to transmit to a control center, probably some some decisions could have been taken, and probably it's likely that we get to prevent this kind of accidents or events. In any case, thank you for your attention, and if you have some questions, I'm at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albert. I think it was very, very interesting. We have a question actually from Ivano. Can Albert just give some hints on how they are addressing the stations part? For instance, what about ticketing desks with holographic personnel from remote servicing, etc.? Are you familiar with this, or?
Yes, I try to answer very quickly because I'm sorry, but there's a fire alarm in my
Right.
no, but we for what's ticketing system, we are not free to do what we want because we are inside the transport consortium inside the Barcelona area. So there's now just we are starting a new system that's called T-Mobilitat. It's a contactless system. Probably it will be developed in the following years, and my impression is that probably we'll see in 2 weeks ago in Mobile World Congress, it's normal that you get there and there's facial recognition and you enter the fair. So it's these are technologies that probably will be implemented in the next years in public transport. I focused my intervention in trains because stations are still wired. So I mean, there's no issue about if you can or not get accurate communication. Communication works. So for what's not just ticketing, but also remote control of installations, lifts, escalators, lining. We have a model that allows us to operate 100% of the station without staff. We can so we just start in the morning, we open the door and we turn on the lights and we control lifts, escalators, ticket machines, the barriers, the fans, etc. And then when the day ends, we just close everything and we close the door, and there is no need of staff. We have only staff for commercial purposes. So it's something that we think that the evolution will not be so dramatic as in trains world it can be in next years.
Okay. Actually, also related to ticketing, I don't know whether you have answered already. When public transportation is becoming smarter and technologically advanced, how the investments are transferred to the customers? Are there also new models of ticketing in development? I think that is, you answered that somehow. Another is connected to...
Public transport. There is a political decision everywhere in the world where you have you can pretend to pay 100% of the public transport, that the customer assumes 100% of the cost, not on the other side that the government assumes 100%. So you have to balance, and you could say, well, 50-50. I mean, of course, when we're talking about improvements, new technologies, as I have explained, some of these new technologies mean cost. It's clear. But some of these new technologies mean also efficiency, so cost reducing. Some of these technologies mean increasing attractiveness of the transport. So if we have spare capacity, and that's very, very clear, not in rush hour, but in flat hour, the cost of running an empty train or a full train, it's the same. So if we can get more passengers through these new features, it will help us. And the figures show that that this 50-50 is very stable along the history. I mean, in general, the new investments in ticketing or in other features tend to get traffic increase, and the balance is always, of course. If I show you the figures for 2020, that's not true, because the operational costs on 2020 had been the same, and we have had the reduction of in the worst moment, we had only 10% of traffic figures. Now we are on 60, 65, 66%, but I mean, of course, but this is not a representative year.
Okay, fantastic, Albert. So I think that no more questions. Thank you very much for your explanations, and also from the perspective of a transport company that, as you said, you're medium or not big, but you're being able to adapt, to the needs of the customers, and are advancing either through European projects or trying to incorporate more additional services to the transport, right? So thank you very much. We're going to be sharing also your presentation with the participants.
Okay.
And we also invite you to be present on the 13th of July. That's when we're going to have. Mm-hmm. Actually, that's what I would like to share now. But let me say thank you again, and thank you.
Thank you.
So it's very interesting. I just want to share with all of you the agenda for the next session, which is on the 13th of July. This is our final day, and the final day had a purpose, and it is to allow not only to bring a round table with city representatives, as you see here. That's, I think, one of the attractive things. Having representative of smart cities on a round table. We also going to have a speaker on a keynote speaker, Bernardo Scheinman, which is an urban planner, talking and sharing knowledge about smart cities. But it's an opportunity also for all the SMEs that have participated in the program to pitch their solutions. As we shared before, we are tackling different pillars: ICT or technology, energy sustainability, public administration, and mobility. So we have invited companies to show interest in presenting. We are in the process of selecting them, and by next week we're gonna have a set of between 14, 16 companies pitching their solutions. So I think that is very important for you to be there, because also the different stakeholders invited during the sessions are going to be there. And that's what we're trying to achieve, a space for discussion, a space for sharing, and a space for advancing all these solutions and the concept of smart cities. So once again, thank you very much, everyone. As soon as we have all the presentations gathered, we're going to send an email to all of you with the presentations of today and with the links to the videos of the previous sessions. That is day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. We already shared day 1 and day 2, but if it's not today, tomorrow you're going to be receiving an email from us. So thank you very much again, and looking forward to see you next 13th of July. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.